Well, it's that time again. Hello, pizza party people. It is yet again another time for spicy VTuber cancellation takes. This is the second time I think I've seen this type of tweet happen. And certainly not the last. I feel actually this might have been the third time or something. But I have prepared a special array of different screenshots of people's hot takes, and we will be going through one by one to discuss them. And also, at the very end of it, I'm curious to share my own takes too. Because certainly there's going to be a wide array, because I'm not just ranking them for how much I agree with them. In fact, let me get my window capture. Hold on, I'm going to studio mode this. This song goes so hard. I've never played Bully, but I love this song. Right, there we go. This is my grand array. Alright, so this is the original screenshot that was posted just the other day by Stelina Luna VT. And when I saw this tweet, it reminded me of this tweet from a while ago. What VTuber opinion got you like this? Posted January 31st. Then Domo replied, prominent member of the community. Tweets that bait for dramatic takes and opinions for some twit impressions are corny AF. So you know what? I saw this tweet and I thought the same. I thought this was kind of corny, and I usually don't respond to these because I don't know. I think it is corny, and I sort of see through the tactic. And also this trend of this was like a random trend. I think it's still ongoing of just like we're canceling each other over takes and then just hearing what people's spicy takes are. I don't know. I guess we need some zest. Anyway, regardless, I have taken a random assortment of the... Wait, it actually doesn't list comments. There's 800 plus quote retweets. I can tell you there's a lot of... Let me see if I can get the number of comments on this tweet. Let's see if I can go to this... Wait, oh my gosh, Fallside also made a video about this. Alright, well I'm gonna watch Fallside's video as well. Although Fallside will likely have just gotten a smattering array of different responses and then not said anything, because that's usually how his content is that he's pretty impartial, which is not bad. It's just his style, because he sort of presents news. Where's the post? Oh my gosh, wait a minute. This was posted April 7th. Hold on. Oh, okay. So this says 843 quote retweets and 363 comments. I think I have 50. I think I just took 50 of them, and they're not in any particular order because they're not like in ascending likes order. So it's just gonna be random. But I also have this grid. This is how I'm gonna rank them. Rather than doing like a tier list. In fact, I might actually have to make the font bigger. There we go. So here we go. On the left, we've got I disagree. On the right, I have I agree. But there's this other axis of something that is a lukewarm or generally agreeable take, which I feel like I made this specifically because I feel like there's a lot. Hold on, it's not capturing my cursor. Okay, there it is. I generally feel like a lot of these takes are going to end up in this region. That's usually how these threads go. But I want to see if there's any actually controversial takes. Now, the golden one will be, will we see any that are actually controversial and belong in the top right corner? I am curious. That is what I'm hoping to find today. That will be the end goal, and a success if I'm able to find any. All right. All right. Starting off at number 1. Let me get my stack. So I think, you know what? In honor of Domo, I will take his tweet. Let's shrink it. I'm gonna crop it. I'm also curious to know what you guys think too. Anyway, I agree with Domo. For me, hey, hi, Kyrie Cherry, welcome. This is the graph. So tweet number 1 is an older tweet, technically not part of this round. Tweets that bait for dramatic takes and opinions for some tweet impressions are corny AF. This is in response to the last time this trend happened. I agree with this take, and I think it is somewhat controversial. I think in general for me, Twitters that are like very transparently meant for impressions, I think are I just don't like them. There's like one Twitter account that comes to mind where they basically constantly posted polls and questions, which was like, maybe it was them like sort of inquiring with the general audience, but I mean, I sort of saw it. And then they would go on to make like advice videos about how to be good at Twitter. But their Twitter tactic was, it felt very inauthentic. Like, I like when Twitters are sort of like a mix of them showcasing work in progresses of their own work and like listing out like what they're doing. Stuff that's like, I don't know, more authentic. I don't know, anything that's like super transparently meant for clicks, I just disagree with. So I'm gonna say here, I feel like this is a generally agreeable take. Although I will say no one else really posted this, and that did get a lot of traction. So I don't know. All right, I'm gonna put that there. All right. So these are all random, so I'm not sure. Oh, awesome. Another disclaimer before I continue. I've included the handles of the people that posted these tweets, partly because I feel like opinions without ownership are worthless. That is kind of a hot take. I think totally anonymous opinions should just be ignored because there's no real like it loses any context, it loses any ownership. It can just be as mean as it wants without any consequences. I would much prefer takes that are uttered, even if they're bad. I would prefer if people felt confident to be able to say, this is mine, and then I can be able to like judge them. Well, maybe there's a reason they feel this way. So anyway, I'm leaving all of the ats in here. I don't think I have any pull as far as like a community, but I do not encourage anyone to respond to these people, to go and find posts by them in order to comment about this opinion in any way. I want this to be a totally isolated sort of discussion without any ill will. I hold no ill will against anyone. These are just like, it's ultimately just about VTubing, streaming. It's pretty lighthearted, but that's the vibe that I want to keep, is that I hold no ill will at all. But I will be leaving them so that you can, so that we can see. Secret inner talk space. Yeah, meta hot take. Yeah, I love this type of discussion. But yeah, absolutely no ill will whatsoever. I'm gonna decrease it. Let me see if I can get this. I'm gonna crop my window so my chat is partially visible. Ooh, I have to write down my takes as I remember them. I feel like I'm just like, the more I'm thinking about it, the more that I sort of have, I'm somewhat opinionated about certain aspects. I just have to make sure I remember them. Dang it, I already can't. I thought I had a third hot take, but I'm just gonna remember them and post them in. All right, let me move this whole blob over. I'm gonna ignore what's in here so I can hide it. Oop. All right. Number 1. If it'll let me. I guess it won't. Dang it. All right, I'm just gonna do copy and pastes. All right, here we go. VTubers that want to collab but then don't respect your stream, turning up late for collabs, not muting when talking to their chats, bringing down the mood when they're not streaming. I'm not sure what the last point pertains to. I've certainly encountered a collab where this happened, where I was getting like the side commentary while the person was talking to their other chat, and I found that to be kind of annoying to deal with. I think this is sort of like I think this is very agreeable, by the way. Please respect boundaries. I think this is if it's in this corner, I'm gonna say this is the lame corner, just because like I'm generally agreeable takes. This will be spicy. If there's an agreeable take that I don't agree with, that'll be interesting. But I feel like this is sort of the lame corner. But I'm gonna put it here. I think this is sort of like a meta. Oh, hold on. There we go. That's getting some music. I think this is sort of like a meta thing where I would take it further. It's not just like, I think you should collab with your collab partner off stream just to break the ice rather than trying to figure out the relationship during a stream. It's something that I'm guilty of doing and something that I would want to push for in the future, just so that you can be able to like candidly talk to someone like, these are my boundaries and this is what I like to do, this is what my stream is sort of like. So I think that's sort of like a bigger picture aspect of like making sure to build a relationship with someone before you appear on a stream with them. Because the worst thing to watch is, I mean, I guess there's plenty of other things. It's not like this is live leak, but secondhand cringe from 2 people who have never met each other doing a stream together. Oh, it hurts. Hey, hello, 80! Oh my gosh, long time no see. And you changed your username to your guild. Welcome. I hope you're doing fantastic. Your work is super cool. I love watching your new creations. Hey, hello, Galeted as well. Oh my gosh, the gang's all here. All right, yeah, anyway, this goes in this corner. All right, next one. It's not cultural appropriation when you want to wear, an example, a yukata as an outfit or have a Japanese name. They look at Hololive EN with their names and their kimono outfits, even more when the host culture itself is more than happy for foreigners to try their stuff. All right, I sort of have experience with this because my username used to be Shira Kobatori, and I changed it first and foremost because it was a conundrum where I had written it so it's last name, first name, but people were calling me Shira. So like it was more so like people would read my name and not know how to pronounce it. And it was not easy to remember. So I changed it because I'd also used to be called Pepper. So it was like, okay, I'll return to sort of my older moniker. But it was that, and then I also did see tweets that were like, if you are not Japanese, then it may not be fitting for you to have a Japanese username. And I am a minority myself. I am an Italian, but besides the point. I don't know, it just like didn't fit me, and it was like also sort of like, yeah, you know what, you're right. I think it doesn't really fit me. I'm not like super weeby. If I was more of a weeb, I think it would fit. But I haven't really watched. I mean, I did watch Dress Up Darling, and it was fantastic. But I don't really know. I'm not like super invested. So like for me, it was like sort of an easy change. Hololive EN is different though, because one thing I think that they don't consider with statements like this is like, not all of the members of Hololive English have Japanese names. Kiara does, Takanashi Kiara, and she lived in Japan for several years. She has a history being part of Japan, and now she's moved. But Callie's name is in English. Gura's name is not a nationality. Amelia Watson is America. Ninomaya Ina is Japanese, but she's also like there is like a, I think, yeah, it's just Ina and who's the fourth one? Who's the fifth one? Whom I'm forgetting? Gura, Ame, Callie, Ina, Kiara. No, I did get all of them. Mori is Soul of Dude Wings. Yeah. I guess like Callie is, I guess because Callie is like a English name, it stands somewhere for. Also, Callie is in Japan, so there's, and is like fluent in Japanese. So it's like, it's different also when it's like a Japanese company and everyone who is part of Hololive English gets New Year's uniforms to celebrate. There's like an aspect where they want to celebrate Japanese culture as part of Hololive. So I wouldn't really take this part as like a de facto statement. I think it is like a metric of like, this is a very anime dominated community. So it makes sense if there's a lot of Japanese influence with different aspects of it. But I think, yeah, it's a matter of, I don't know. I guess the cultural appropriation stuff doesn't bother me too much, but I'm also not the one who's like affected by it. But I think it's a matter of evaluating for yourself if you are being a cringe weeb with your behavior. I wouldn't say it's not cultural appropriation, but I think this is sort of, I have mixed feelings in terms of where I agree with it, because I think it's not totally accurate in its sentiment. But I think this is agreeable for the most part. You know what? I'm gonna put this mid. It's sort of a mixed bag. I'm gonna put that mid. The company doesn't borrow names from all over the place, like Rosenthal. Oh, true. Wait, what other names are there on? I'm trying to think of like other names on the Holo GP side that are sort of mixed. I can't think of any right now. It is predominantly Japanese on that side at the very least. But at least it's safe to say that on I guess Council is sort of a mixed bag. Oro Crony, that's not really anything. I guess that's kind of Japanese. I don't even know what crony's from. I know Oro is like Ouroboros, but I don't know what a crony is like a pun off of. Anyway, I would say this is a mixed bag of an opinion. Crony is Greek. Alright, next one. Sitting there watching YouTube videos other people made or anime or copyrighted music jam sessions doesn't make you a content creator, it makes you a lazy thief. I would say this is another sort of thing I was thinking of if I categorize. Because there's going to be enough of them that are just like general streamer hot takes versus this is not really a VTuber take, this is a general streaming take. This one is I would say this is the I don't know. This is not really controversial. How to describe it? I think this is a very popular belief based off of how there was a discussion a while ago about what constitutes DMCA content on Twitch in general. And I think there was some back and forth about like, oh well, you know, these streamers, all they're doing is just watching stuff and not reacting at all. They're just like yoinking the content for themselves to blast to their audiences. Like, I think that's the generally agreed take. I personally disagree with this take. Because I think there's a draw. So I'll use like MasterChef for example. MasterChef was a big meta a while ago. Not so much anymore. When I watched MasterChef, it was on YouTube years ago in playlists that were ripped and put on YouTube. And I just sat and I ate them one by one, and they're extremely repetitive and they're good to just like have in the background if you're doing other stuff. When they made a resurgence on Twitch, I rewatched them because one, it had been enough time that had passed since I had last seen it, so it was like somewhat fresh, but I do remember the winners. But also I found that the commentary of whoever was watching it was enough of a difference for me to engage with the content again. Like if someone was just like, please rewatch MasterChef on your own, I wouldn't have done it because I've already seen it. I didn't really feel like I was gaining anything extra. I did feel compelled to rewatch it with streamers because I felt that their commentary added enough to the content. Now, that is to say, they are watching an edited show that took so much money to produce, and their commentary is just a dollop of whipped cream on top of what is already a beautiful content sundae. So it's sort of agreeable to say like, oh well, they're not adding much, but for me, they're adding enough that it does make me want to rewatch it. So that is my sort of take on it, and that's sort of how I feel about streamers in general, in terms of like whether they're like, how are they engaging with the content in a way that transforms it. And oftentimes nowadays that transformation may not be much, but it may be enough. So I do not think that they are a lazy thief. Also, I guess like another thing to add to this is that sometimes it's sort of fun for Twitch streamers to show me channels that I haven't watched. Like what's an example? There's like a fun YouTube video that I watched while a streamer was reacting to it that I wouldn't have found myself, because they just were like invested in it. And so they had shown this video and watched it with chat, and I watched it with them. And then after stream, I went back and I rewatched the video and I gave it a like and I engaged with their other content. So I sort of like being fed like a playlist of fun new things to watch and engage with. So I don't know if it's like a lazy thief, because this also assumes this is like a long-winded topic about DMCA in general. This also assumes that the view that is being redirected to that content is being stolen. I guess I'm providing an example of like, I would have not provided a view. Hold on, I'm gonna skip this song. This is the sexy song. There we go. I'm gonna go back to this one. Exposure is super valuable in the content world. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's just a matter of like, I think thinking of it as a thief implies that that view was being stolen, but that view might have not existed, if that makes sense. Like me, like I gave the example of how I would not have gone to rewatch MasterChef if it was not rebroadcast with the reaction whipped cream on top. So it wasn't stolen because it didn't exist. Yeah. It's also true because if you've ever participating in discourse on this, you're far more likely to be a content creator of some sort who is more likely to have content they might not want their views cannibalized of. Yeah, it's definitely, there's a, I'm so sorry if I keep quoting Ludwig, but although it's technically a Tom Scott quote, where Tom Scott said that people will generally draw the line right underneath where they do. So like, for example, if I might want to do react streams, so I will draw the line right around what I believe I am doing as acceptable, and then anyone else who surpasses that is wrong. That's sort of, so there's also that element too. Let me react to one of your videos and it got doubled whenever I got that. That's hype. Congratulations. Dude, someday I'll make a video that's cool enough for streamers to react to. I just want to get high off of the reactions from that. I love seeing, but yeah, I think, okay, cool. Never mind, I'm in a space of people that like this. Although I guess if we watch streamers, I'm sure we feel one way, versus people who don't watch streamers probably feel a different way, because we're just used to like this sort of content and discussion around this content. Wait, some streamers reacted to me? Who? Or Acerola? Anyway, I will say, so let's see. I think I'm gonna say this is I'm gonna put this, you know what? This is spicy. I don't know where to put this because I feel like this is the more accepted opinion, but it is controversial. I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna put it here. You know what? I'm gonna put it here as disagreeable. Put it right mid, and I disagree. I'll put it here. This song, I love this song. This song is so fun. All right. I find it really hard to connect and make connections with others in this community when every other day I see witch hunts or personal drama. This community can be incredibly toxic, and it's gotten to the point where I'm too scared to even say anything more than a hello. I will say, mid-lukewarm, I disagree with this take. I think that's just I have to make sure it's big because I forget what it reads. I'm gonna say I disagree with this take, and I think it's somewhat lukewarm. I I think the statement that a community is toxic is really just a matter of its size. I think I mentioned this like a while ago about how I think any community is bound to have some level of toxicity, and that toxicity manifests itself in different ways depending on the demographic of that audience. So like the Five Nights at Freddy's fandom will have toxicity, but it will be in one manner, and then like maybe the Undertale fandom is also toxic, but it's just a different way about it. Although those two groups kind of have the same demographics, so they're probably going to be similar-ish expressions of toxicity. So I think saying something that is incredibly toxic is just to say it's big, and you may be hyper-focusing on the instances in the community that are bad and extrapolating it as this is how the whole community behaves. And because it's a big community, there's going to be more than a couple bad actors. And so you see those bad actors and you think, oh my gosh, this whole group is bad. Anyway, not needless to say, not that VTubing, like the broad community, which is sort of big. There's a lot of audiences within VTubing in terms of like what content they look for at this point, which is fascinating. But I think to say that the whole thing is toxic is just you need to navigate around that and then find the people, because they do exist. I think there's people that are I mean, it's a big enough community that there's people who are pushing and want to do this as a way to improve various skills that they are doing. I'm doing this, for example, like for public speaking and just being able to be motivated to expand on my skills, along with, you know, the clout, but just kidding. But I don't know. But you know what I mean. I think to say that an entire group is incredibly toxic is just sort of looking at the smaller picture, and then I don't know. But I don't want to discredit this person's interactions if they have had like a string of bad faith actors that they've run into. I think that's also sort of valid to say, like, oh, maybe you've just like had some bad run-ins, or maybe it's just like not vibing. The nature of the VTuber medium will tend towards certain types of toxicity, that it can be toxic for some people in certain circumstances makes sense, but it's also not a take. True. I think I agree. I agree with you, Kari. Wait, please you react to me? Oh, wait, please you react to me? Oh, please just hype. That's hype. Oh, I gotta look at that later. Thank you for letting me know. I want to see. Anyway, so yeah, you know what I will say? But yeah, no ill will towards this opinion. I think it's sort of just extrapolating. That isn't to say I will say, there are definitely certain concentrated groups of people who are not healthy to read, or at least take in like a certain level of seriousness. I'm gonna but on the other hand, it is a small, loud minority. Anyway, I'll put this as disagreeable. I don't know. I don't know how to like rank this, because I think this is like I don't know if this is agreeable. I'll put it mid. It's sort of hard to judge it because I don't think it's a good take. But I guess I'll put that in disagrees. Alright. It's okay to do VTubing for money. It's not greedy, and it's okay to be frustrated when you aren't making any by putting in the work. VTubing is a job and even a career. To me, it's weird that it's expected of us to be hush-hush when sponsorships or our platforms are paying us too little. Wow. I wanted to not pre-read any of this. This is sort of a loaded opinion. Yeah, there's two sections to this. I think if you are interested in streaming to make money, this is not the path for you. Mainly because there's such a huge cost of entry to do this. I will say, when I started, I had the false opinion. I don't want to say I was doing this exclusively for money. I did sort of have the toxic trait of thinking all I needed was a VTubing model and I would just be flush with cash, which was very, very short-sighted of me. And also I didn't understand at the time. I will say VTubing was very different. It feels like it's been very different even a year ago. So when I was like back in December 2020 was very different in terms of being a VTuber. What? Kari! Thank you, Kari. Thank you. Alright, I take it back. You're right. I was wholly invested to become flush with cash. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Wow, thank you. I don't have alerts, but thank you so much. Well done with the timing. VTubing became so popular so quick. I feel like I love VTubing for a multitude of reasons. If I went down like the full list of why I love VTubing, just like as like an entire genre, I'd probably be here for. I've already taken a long time on however many takes it's been. But there's so much that I love about VTubing. I think it was sort of inevitable that it blew up in the way that it did, and I'm excited to see how it grows in the future. Just because it is very anime centric right now, but I think it has the possibility of making it. Like the fact, I guess in short, the fact that someone like Iron Mouse is the number 3rd all-time subscribed Twitch streamer is like definitely like the foundations of like what makes it awesome. It's for me, it's an even playing field. I mean, as much as it can be. I think life in general favors those with more money, and that's certainly also the case with VTubing. But on the whole, it is like a bigger equalizer in order of like how people with disabilities, women, people of color. I think it's a good equalizer in terms of like how we are in society. But this is a deeper discussion. Anyway, as far as if you do VTubing for money, certainly at this point, having a VTuber model will not guarantee you success. I do kind of still believe that there was a point in the past where having something did enable you like some amount of success because you were sort of ahead of a trend, but that's like just trends in general. If you're able to get in early, like of course you're gonna get some extra attention for it. I don't think doing streaming or VTubing as like a potential job is really viable though, because there's such a huge entry curve to like how much you have to pay in order to get set up. Like you need not only like really like I tried streaming on a laptop. It's very difficult. It's kind of potato, and it's really like a struggle to try to stream. You need like you need like a decent computer. You need a solid internet connection. You need like enough empty space to be isolated in a corner, which usually means you can't just like you sort of do need like your own dedicated space to do it. And then on top of that is the VTubing costs of like how do you get like a model and stuff like that. And you can do like 3D stuff, which makes it free, but if you do like a 3D model, it has to be customized to a point that it makes you stand out. Anyway, the whole point being it's not really like a feasible job to just like have versus something that you have to grow on the side while you still have like a standard job that pays you. As far as like hush about sponsorships, I think I'm gonna skip this. I'm just gonna keep skipping this. Get back to this tune. As far as like people being hush about sponsorships, I don't think this is the case, and it shouldn't be the case. I kind of feel like we're not trending. I sort of feel like we've been at a point where people are like open to discussion about the sponsorships that they're taking on. Like I know Ludwig has had discussions about how nearly all of his big content is sponsored by Coinbase, but he's not like through and through a huge fan of crypto itself. And so he's like had discussions with his chat where like, do you mind that I'm taking sponsorships from a platform even if it's promoting crypto and I'm not like 100% on board with its policies? And chat itself seems to respond to him with the metric of like, yeah, we understand like the handshake agreement that goes into we'll get content if you just say this thing for this company, and if we happen to vibe with the company, that's awesome. I think the main concern about sponsorships is just to make sure that they're ethical. I think that's the bigger concern. In terms of like I disagree with creators who have pushed BetterHealth as like a therapy alternative when BetterHelp is sort of a damaging. They don't really vet their coaches. It's like I don't think it's a net good to have as like a therapy as a service provider. But like that's, for example, for me where I draw the line in terms of like I would just hope that a creator vets the sponsorships that they go to. But as far as like how much they make, like that's fine. I think that's fine. But yeah, I agree this is sort of two takes. These days they're also live to do customized community. Oh, that's actually, I have a hot take about, let me see. That was one of my hot takes for later. I will make that note for my hot takes at the end of the stream. Oh, the textures. I love texture atlas stuff. But yeah, maybe someday I'll share how I'm able to do it so quickly. Right now it's my secret sauce. Do I want a 3D model? Someday. I've tried making one myself. It's sort of a rabbit hole of like there's so much that's above my head that I would have to do some like significant investigation into how to get it set up. But I would love someday to get like an MMD model of myself so I could dance. That's basically what I would want to do it for. I've seen like some hype MMD videos that I would love to try figuring out. But I have no skills with 3D, so it'd be a learning curve for me. Anyway, you're right, this was 2 takes in 1, which means I think I'm gonna disagree with the take, and I'm gonna put it. You know what? Maybe it's not agreeable. I'm just gonna say it's a lukewarm take. Actually controversial? I don't know. I'll put it back here. I don't know where to put some of these. All right. Was this one it? Oh, no, it's okay. I'm gonna delete. I already did that one. Ooh, this one. I did read this one in advance. VTubers are too emotionally driven, and some are just too petty. VTubers will play into the emotions of their fans, saying they care about them, and then complain about parasocial relationships. VTuber friends can never substitute real friends. I think the statement is incredibly misworded. I think saying too emotionally driven, I think what they're trying to say is VTubers will play into an aspect of parasocial relationships, but then be mad about the side effects of what a parasocial relationship can foster. I don't know if virtual friends can never substitute real friends. This is another like double take in a take. I think I'm curious what this last one will mean. Like what perspective it pertains to. Like is virtual friend like the streamer? Well, I guess streamers will never substitute real friends. This is an interesting mixed bag. If I take the last one as like streamers will never substitute real friends, I think that's a lukewarm take. That's flipping, here I go with the Ludwig again. When Ludwig talked about, I'm so sorry. I swear I watch more than just Ludwig. I just really love watching discussions on this type of stuff, and for whatever reason his takes come to my mind. But he described how watching streamers and like watching streamers interact with their friends is like the fast food equivalent of a relationship. And like, like burgers are not good for you. Like you should have a salad once in a while, but by golly, sometimes you just want a burger. I think that's how I feel. Hey, what's up, sexy? Thank you for the follow. I love your username. So I think this last one I think that's a correct take. If it is saying streamers can never be real friends, that's just de facto true. As far as saying they love / care about them and then complain about parasocial relationships, I think that's also sort of agreeable. I I do see that with like VTubers where they will play into the parasocial aspect and say that they love them. I think there's sort of a, I don't know, with some VTubers, I think there is an agreement that like they're sort of expecting parasocial relationships to happen and they're just prepared for what the possible side effects of that will be. I think I personally don't see myself playing into these types of aspects. Maybe I might throw you guys a good I love you, but it isn't a I love you handshake as an audience type of dealio. This first statement is weird though. It's kind of a weird statement. Anyway, I think, you know what? If I simplify this take into VTubers foster parasocial relationships and should expect what that might entail, I think that is sort of a lukewarm take, and I will say, I guess I agree with it. Sure. I'll put that right here. Whoa, thank you also for the follow, Aries Soul. Welcome. Parasocial Loney. Hey, let's... We're just a bunch of parasocialists in here. Is this, okay, this is, I have to... Listen, there's the word parasocial is thrown around so much. I think, I sort of like that I love that it's sort of a well-known term, and people are able to recognize that they're keeping themselves in check with their attachment issues. I think the past year and a half of being isolated has sort of allowed people to have this honest conversation with themselves. I certainly feel this way in terms of, like, sometimes I'll be, like, mad at a streamer, like, oh, man, my streamer didn't react to a video I wanted them to watch hard enough. They were too distracted or angry. And then I have had to, like, take a step back and be like, it's not a big deal. I'll go have a salad. Sorry, tweet. Have a game on a spicy take. Love you. Oh, dang! I'm hyped. Yeah, welcome to the chart. All right, hyping up a big debut is almost always a way to disappoint yourself. Very few people have the experience and know how to leverage the extremely brief boost into long-term growth, and the average streamer will feel awful when their numbers come crashing down post-debut. What do you guys think? I think this is very agreeable. In fact, so much so. In fact, I'm gonna watch. It's always a fun video to see. Let's see. Hold on. I'm gonna studio mode Aroni this. Here we go. Greetings, citizens. Or hello, Ohio. Good afternoon. I'm making this as a short channel intro while I get started. My name is Shirakoba Tori, but if you want to just call it for short, I am Princess Tori. I'm the princess of the kingdom of Hatokoku. Hatokoku is the dove kingdom. It happens that my parents are both half bird, and I happen to be their entirely human child based off of genetics. I've decided to become a VTuber after becoming of age to rise into my princess role, but I'm worried about taking on that responsibility. I'm hoping to run this channel as a way for me to gain the confidence that I would need in order to become part of the royalty. Anyway, this was my debut. I made it. It's an hour and 20, not an hour. It is a minute and 20 seconds because I knew I was just starting in the space, and I sort of anticipated that the work that a debut would need would not be appropriate for what I wanted to do. I wanted to get this video out like quickly. I think I posted this video and then like I edited a bunch of videos afterward, but this is technically the first ever video of me. I'm such a baby. It's kind of I'm the same. I look the exact same, but I feel so much different than this person. But also, I guess it's also a different software. I was using Face Animes. I was using Animes at the time, so you can kind of tell there's like a lack of schmovement. Anyway, I hope you like that little trip. Sort of fun. Wait, what happened? There we go, now I'm back to normal. So that was my debut video because I didn't recognize the part about like leveraging the extremely brief boost into long-term growth. This part was not something that I anticipated. I mostly did it just because I wanted to get myself out there, and I was like sort of anxious about like trying to drum up a crowd of people when there was already like a lot of attention at other people at the same time. The animes days. I'm so flippin' Denshi Soft is so goated. I don't know how they did it. It's such an incredible piece of software they put together for VTube Studio. Anyway, I would say I agree with this take, and it's pretty lukewarm. I think at this point there are still debuts, but it's certainly not the same volume of people who are doing it that are fresh, like they're people who are brand new. I've seen way more debut adverts from like people who are either re-debuting and have sort of an established audience, or people who had an audience not with VTubing that are starting. But I haven't seen too many debuts from people that are totally out the gate greenfield. Spending thousands of dollars on a new model when your views are low won't make you popular if you're boring to watch or have a bad attitude. Part of me wonders who is this referring to? I'm sort of curious to know who they mean by this, who they're thinking of with this last statement. But anyway, I agree. I am so tempted to. I have this one artist I've been not dying, but for so long I've been thinking about this one artist in the back of my mind who has not made a VTuber model and is also like a successful artist, but I've been wanting to reach out to them with like, hey, I'm a fan. I would love to get a model by you because I think you would make a fantastic design and output. But I also recognize that it would be a huge waste of money at this stage in the game. I think it'd be way more rewarding for me to, I think it's way more rewarding for someone to get a V2 update when they do have like a crowd of people behind them who would be excited to see it unveiled. With the boring parts, but sometimes bad attitudes draw watchers. Actually, now that you say that, I do think of one person who you're thinking of. I'm curious. I will not ask. For me, sometimes I feel like the bad attitude on stream I accept that as, I make the assumption however you behave on stream is a persona, which maybe is not like a healthy mindset to have, but I do sort of agree. I do sort of hold the belief that like people are larger than life how they appear on stream, and sometimes they'll go large in a way that is in a negative direction. But maybe that's just me being optimistic or something. But I will say spending I'll say the first part is correct. Spending thousands of dollars on a new model when your views are low won't make you popular. I'm sure it'll give you a boost. I've actually, you know what, I've seen this happen. I've seen a VTuber who I think is awesome, who had a model that they drew themselves. They drew the model themselves and then got it rigged by someone else. They upgraded to a model by a sort of well-known artist, and their views, of course, like went up for the debut area, but nowadays when they stream like regular games, their views are sort of at the regular point where they were before, which is not a bad thing. I still like them as a content creator. But it's just sort of a statement of like, I mean, that burst may make it financially worthwhile if you're able to get enough traction in that moment to pay off what it took for the upgrade. And if it makes you happier, I think that's worthwhile too. I think getting a model upgrade if it makes you happier is valid. But if you're doing it just for views, I think you're mistaken. Just because there's better things to invest into, I think, if you're growing than just a new model. Actually, there's sort of a different take that I was thinking of. Was it actually? I might find. Let me see if I'm gonna find the tweet now. Now that I saw that, it reminded me of a different take. Dang, okay, I don't know what to look it up. But I saw someone's take that was like, people who watch VTubers, 70% are there for the model, and 30% are there for the content. I thought that was a spicy take. Let me see. Oh, I can't fight it. The full take was originally in response to, they were saying how, if I do this lighting effect, they said they don't like this as like a tactic for, immersion purposes, because, it makes the model look worse, because if it's too dark, then you won't be able to see the details on the model. And they then said that 70% of people are clicking on your stream because of your model, and 30% are there for the content. That was the full take. I cannot find the tweet for it, but I thought that was super spicy. 70% are there just for my appearance? Like, that seems like an interesting statistic. I don't know if I agree with the number. I don't know, maybe I'm optimistic and I would sort of think it's lower. That content is what reigns higher. Thumbnail discoverability versus ongoing audience retention. True. I guess if I think about like I guess there are a couple of instances I can think of where I guess there's one example I can think of off the top of my head where the model is so goated that they can sort of use the model as a way to coast on easier content. But I won't say who, because no ill will. I'm just thinking like examples of like, okay, there's definitely examples I can think of where a person's model has carried them. But I guess I sort of feel that the VTubers who are popular right now do have goated content. It's not just because they look cool, and also do like, they do change up how they look every now and then to like bring a freshness to their content. Some people have who do you think is, extremely excellent? Some of them are so good. Oh, that's another, I'm going to put that as another hot take. Now you keep reminding me of some of my ideas. What's this? Okay. I think I have to get into that, but I keep checking my stack because I forget whether I remove the last one. VTubers churn out toxic positivity like it's the end-all be-all, and we all need to stop. Let's people worry about their numbers and try to grow. Going ooh-woo, just have fun, doesn't put food on the table for those making a living out of it. This is sort of, I guess now that I've said some of my own opinions, I can just rehash the back one. I do not believe that you should pursue streaming as like I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to say this without like coming off as sort of entitled, but I don't think you can really do streaming if you don't have like a bedrock of finance to like lean on. And people who like put rent as like a donation goal, I think is kind of I don't know. I don't want to come off as like elitist, but I do think it's kind of lame. That's all right. This is the spicy take zone. This is the spicy take zone. I apologize, but I do sort of feel like if you put donation goals, it's much more worthwhile to set them to content. Be like, donation goals towards like a model with new rigging, or donation goals that will lead to like a spicy ramen noodle eating stream. I think just a donation goal for paying rent is kind of, I don't know. It makes it seem, I think content creation works best if you don't sound desperate. I don't know, that's the worst word to pick, but if it comes across as an act of creativity and drive versus like I am doing this just to get by, which is the truth for, like, there are people who make content who, you know, that is their way of living. But sometimes I think it helps to not be transparent with that aspect. I think that's how I sort of feel about the last part statement of like streaming, putting food on the table is like such a weird phrase for me to associate with streaming, just because, I mean, the content a lot of the time is like playing video games and watching and reacting to shows. So you're already trying to do a living for something that is like perceived to be an easier day-to-day than like a regular job. Like, the perception is like people who our stream are told to get a real job. So it's sort of difficult to put a mental association to like someone who is working a day-to-day. Yeah. It's super unrealistic to start content creating with the intent of living on it. Yeah, I agree. It is, I think it's not only just like difficult to do it with the intent, but I think if it's coming across as you doing it for a day-to-day, like I see people who put goals as like, my goal with content creation is so that I can do this full time. I think that's not enough of a goal. I think your goals should be something more like towards like a cool kind of content. Like, I think I don't know, it's kind of lame to aspire to be someone who spends the day-to-day playing video games. I think if you rephrase your goal as like, I want to have a bigger platform to make people happy, or encourage them to chase their own goals, or whatever, I think that's a better way of putting it than saying, I want to be a VTuber so I can do this full time. It's kind of I think it's a sort of a lame way to phrase that type of goal. This is not Spicy VT. We don't really slay on streaming. Oh, okay, good. I'm glad. I think I just worry about how harsh I come across, but yeah, I just think it's more about the optics of like, I think people like supporting people who want to do this as like a means of funneling their creativity than someone who is doing it for like a easy day-to-day job. You're one slice of pizza because you're one kind of pizza team. Welcome, Senpai Slytherin. Welcome. Dude, I don't, for as pizza themed as I am, I need more pizza. I need to be constantly holding a slice in my hand while I eat these hot takes. Anyway, I will say this is as far as VTubers turn out toxic positivity, I think that's sort of the name of the game in terms of like, I don't know, saying ooh, just have fun. I don't know if that's toxic positivity. I think that sometimes people are just super positive. I think sometimes it's you want to watch people who are encouraging and fun and promote a fun space. I don't know what constitutes as toxic positivity. Yeah, I think all in all, my other hot take is I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean by toxic positivity. I will say, I think I disagree with this take. I think I'll say it's a bad take as far as it being agreeable. I think it's also mid. Mid area is sort of like takes that I don't like and don't really fall into people. I don't know, I guess lukewarm is sort of like whether other people. Man, I think I need like another axis. Because I think what I'm phrasing this as is if I agree, if general people agree, if general people disagree, if I personally disagree. But I think there should be another metric that's like whether or not something is like legitimately a good or a bad take. But maybe that's just this row. Just an Aquarius. Oh, dude, you remind me of like an older I don't know much about zodiacs, but I do love, there was some post on Twitter, not Twitter. I wasn't a Tumblr user, but there was a post on Tumblr years ago where it was like, I'm so sick of being an Aquarius. No, sorry, it wasn't Aquarius, it was Pisces. But just like someone who was a Pisces was malding because every single like, what your favorite color is based off of your zodiac, or like what element you are based off of your zodiac. And like it would always be like, Pisces, you're a fish. Your favorite color is blue. You live in the ocean. You want to swim with the fishies. It's like the most obvious. But I think I'm getting them mixed up. No, wait, I don't know. I'm a Scorpio. The only thing I know about Scorpios is that we're like hella sexy and we love sex and I just crave it. That's all I know about Scorpios. Anyway, continuing. VTubers are all the kids who grew up role-playing on anime RP forums on JCINK and Pro Boards. They upgraded from playing an anime character into becoming an anime character, LOL. Maybe I'm missing, I don't know what JCINK is. This is not really, I guess this is not really a take. My own, it's sort of, I don't know, do you guys know what JCINK is? Zero zodiac traits is of Aries and Cancer. You have a couple Scorpio places. Okay, I'm I am personally not like super invested in like astrology, but by golly, I will still watch like tarot videos or watch people who do tarot and be fascinated. Even though I know how the game works, but there's still something fun being told by a deck of cards that I'm about to meet love in my future. I have no idea what. Yeah, oh dude, tarot looks so cool. I wish the decks weren't super pricey, because I was thinking about getting one for myself just because I think it's like sort of neat, even if I don't like fully, even if I'm not like fully invested in it. But the cards are like $30. Oh, I literally, when I was like sort of invested in it, I literally got, I figured out I could sort of make my own by making like 2 decks of playing cards, and then I just was like writing on a bunch of them, because I think there's 13 cards for each of the, I don't know, the way that the cards work in tarot is that it ends up being the same, I don't know, whatever. This is a weird rabbit hole. Whatever. I figured out how I could remake a tarot deck with 2 decks of playing cards if I just like scribbled on a bunch of them with Sharpie. And then after I finished that, I was like, man, I don't want to learn this. And I just haven't used them, but I still have the deck somewhere. You know that you're a Capricorn. Apparently I'm too boring or a jerk, I guess. Maybe I should do a tarot stream just for fun. Just me who knows nothing about tarot. I'll just read your guys' fortunes. I'll just make them up on the spot and tell you what you should do with your life. And that you should totally invest in Bitcoin. I'm not financial advice, but you should invest in Bitcoin. Anyway, this take, I don't know what JCINK is. I guess it's not really a take. It's sort of a lateral in terms of like, it's not lukewarm. It's not controversial. It's just sort of something, just sort of an opinion that exists. I have seen, I guess this is sort of a meme. I have seen a lot of people who were part of the Utaite community eventually become VTubers. So that pipeline 1000% exists. Utaite being singers who covered Vocaloid songs, typically Vocaloid songs. I think I don't know if that's like the whole definition. I'm not super familiar with the Utaite community, but I do know of VTubers who became part of the community. It's sort of interesting actually seeing like, there's definitely groups of people that migrated into the VTubing space at the same time. I was part of the group of people where I was seeing a bunch of artists. I was following a bunch of artists on Twitter who were all making VTuber models and then streaming with them as a way to like, they used to be doing like faceless streams, and now they sort of had something that could keep them company and represent themselves with their own artwork. So I saw the artists move in, and then there's the Tiny Tiz that have moved in, and now there's like a handful of actual professional voice actors that have also moved in. And it's like a weird space where it's just a bunch of different creative individuals who may not have been comfortable associating their real face to their work, now able to associate their work with their work. So I don't know what JCINK is. I also don't really feel like role-playing is like a huge aspect of VTubing. It's like sort of a trait that exists. Like, I'm a princess, you guys. I think we all agree that I'm definitely 1,000% a princess. But like, I mean, it's just sort of something that I say. It also sort of helps with I'm not really good with like anonymity, so I've sort of liked the fact that I get to also be a princess as like a way to mask certain details. But yeah, I think there's the extent of role playing that I've seen is really like, how do you introduce and call your audience? like do you call them your henchmen? Like, that's basically the extent of how I've seen role playing really play out in VTubing. So I'm gonna say I disagree, just because I don't think VTubing is really like a, but I'll say it's kind of a mid take. It's sad that I lump it in together with the takes that are just like not correct takes. Oh boy. You know something's good when it addresses Western VTubers. I feel most Western VTubers literally clone personalities from one another and only play the same 5 games. I value individuality and unique tastes above all else, and it's hard finding a VTuber that doesn't solely stream Apex, Minecraft, or Valorant. But you're in the anime DeviantArt too. Oh my gosh, me too! Well, I don't know. I wasn't super active on DeviantArt before I became a VTuber because DeviantArt had changed and it was a different landscape now. Maybe I'll be back to being active on DeviantArt. I don't know how to navigate it anymore. It also applies to these tribes because absolutely. If it's weird seeing, I will say, hold on a minute. I've got the perfect counter. Hold the phone. I have this page bookmarked because I do enjoy myself a bit of Hololive. Let me get my... I hope this works out for me. I hope I prepared this and it works out. So this is the schedule.hololive.tv/lives. I have this bookmarked. This is Hololive's official hosted page where they show all of the recent or upcoming streams of all of their talents. You can filter by the branch on the left. So I do this whenever I'm like, I wonder what Hololive is up to. Let's see what they are up to. Let's see. So we've got 2 people playing, they're collabing, I think, on, this looks like a sponsor stream. Elden Ring, this is a watch along, this is ASMR, I think this is Minecraft. League, flippin', I can't believe they got a League VTuber. This is a super chat reading, let's see. Elden Ring, Tetris, Raft, oh, these are all a collab. Apex, Subnautica, Elden Ring. Actually, it's kind of a good variety. This is sort of... Alright, I take it back. I was sort of expecting to see an example made of this page. Is there anything in the future that could help me? Just a bunch of them are collab... Oh, they're all playing Overwatch right now. Elden Ring going on. Papers, Please. Sort of a wider variety than usual, but sometimes it'll be like when Needy Streamer Overload was popular. I mean, I guess it's whatever... Whenever there's like a new game that enters the Hololive cycle, then they all play it. So you'll just see like 12 streams of the same game, which is not bad. it's sort of, you're excited to see your streamer play a new game that comes out. So I'll say the counter is that this is not exclusive to Western. Sometimes I feel like if you address the audience as Western VTubers, I sometimes think you're kind of a sussy, because there's sort of a connotation that I associate with you if you use that term, in terms of like people who say Western VTubers. I sometimes associate with people who believe that Japanese streamers are superior, even if there's not a difference, or if they inherently think that VTubing is a Japanese-centric space that has been misappropriated by people who are in the West. It's a loaded term, and that's a huge assumption, but that's sort of what I extrapolate from this terminology. You can just say VTuber. All of them were playing, you're right, all of them were playing Vampire Survivors for half a week. Man, I did the wrong week this was the wrong week for this take to come out. And again, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with a bunch of people playing the same game. It's more just like I'm doing a direct counter to the word Western, in that it's not exclusive to Western spaces. But yeah, man, who'd have thunk that a lot of people play 3 very popular games? Not only are they popular games, they're also good for collabing with other people. So that makes sense. If you wanted to do collabs with other people, you're probably going to be in luck, where if you do a collab with someone, they'll have probably played Minecraft, and you'll be able to say, oh, let's just do Minecraft together. And then they don't have to buy a game specifically for a collab. Anyway, I would say, man, I disagree. I disagree with this take. I don't know. This is not really spicy. I guess I'll put it here. All right, maybe I don't know how to put stuff on this graph, because like it's a bad take, and I think, I don't know. I guess I'll put you in this is the trash can. This is the trash opinion. That's the trash opinion location. Oh my god, I can't believe I have 28 takes to go. Oh wait, never mind, I've got 27. People who ask for collabs within 3 tweets, replies, or the first message you receive from them seem desperate and like you just want my numbers, especially if you never saw them on your timeline interact with your posts before at all. Like you don't want to be friends, you just want clout. At least I don't have to eat them. Sorry, I was just like catching up with reading. Yeah, do I agree? I can't believe when Kayla revealed that she is a League player. I am not a fan of League, but that is also I do not dislike you if you like League. I just personally am not at all invested in it. I've seen what it did to people that I knew in terms of like they never wanted to end. It was just a cycle of like, if you win a game of League, that just means it's time to play another one because you're on a winning streak. And if you lose a game of League, well, you gotta play again because you gotta beat your losing streak. And so the only time they would stop playing is if they lost so many times in a row. And so then I would hang out with them and they'd all be so bummed. That was my main issue with League, was just how I saw how invested my friends got. And also just like, I guess the aura that it exudes. Anyway, this take, I don't know. In terms of like, I don't know how to evaluate people who are like, there's a name, I can't remember. Clout vultures? There's a name. I can't remember. There's like a fun term for people who are clout hungry. But I think it's fair to say that like I think saying no to someone who wants to ask for a collab where they've never interacted on Twitter, I would change timeline to streams. I think it's fair to say that they are not expected to. I would not expect someone to interact with Twitter, but if someone were to reach out for a collab, I would hope that they've interacted with me in chat for some regard, even just like a little bit, to be like hello, just so that they know, like, you know, who I am, and I know that they know who I am. I think that's my only agreement with this. I have not had this experience of someone reaching out to me being like, hey, collab. It's just like the first message. So I don't have any personal insight into this. But you know what? I don't know how to evaluate someone in terms of like, how do you not want to be friends? You just want clout. I don't know how to evaluate this statement, because like in some regards, being a streamer does have some, like, everyone wants to, you know, make it big in the space. Being a streamer, if you just wanted to make streaming friends or make gaming friends, I don't know if streaming is what you would do. You could just like find a Discord and then make friends with people in the Discord in order to play games. You don't necessarily have to do streaming in order to gain that type of attention. So I think saying someone just wants clout is not like a bad thing if you want to be a streamer. I don't know how to, like, what's the line between someone who wants clout versus someone who wants to make cool stuff with a big audience? Like, it's sort of a cycle of like, people want an audience so that they can get support for the work that they create, and then they'll make cooler work, and then the audience will grow, and then they'll make even cooler work. That's sort of like, you just want to constantly be like, I think that's the goal of being a content creator, is constantly wanting to improve on what you've done in order to make stuff that's better, faster, more reliable, cooler, bigger, just like, you know, constantly growing something into a cool end product. I don't know how it's sort of hard to say like product, but like, I think dismissing people for wanting clout is, I don't know. Yeah. Yes, I do like getting attention on stuff that I put together. I like it when I put out a piece of artwork and people interact with it on my timeline. Yes. But anyway, you know what? I will say this is kind of spicy, because I feel like this must be somewhat common for this person. And I'll put this in this is the cool category. I'll say it's it's below Domo, and I'll somewhat agree with it. I'll somewhat agree with it here. I think in terms of, I think they're trying to get across the statement that like they would rather be reached out to as like someone who you I don't know. I think if you do want to sort of, they don't want to feel used, obviously. I think that's sort of the sentiment that they're getting across, is like, if you want to use me, don't be obvious. At least like sort of give me a crumb that you are invested in my growth as well as your own. Personally, a big fan of people interact with me. Yeah. Yes, I do love being told I'm doing a good job. Yeah, top rate. This is the golden area. This is the. All right, here's the locations of the map. This is the lame corner. This is the trash. This is the golden. I hope we'll find someone here. Or we'll find someone here. I don't know. I think I'm interested to see if there's like anything super spicy either way. This is biased, I admit. There's too many people go for furries or anime style because it's the most popular. There's so many more styles out there. Why should these two be the default when people think about VTubing today? Think outside the box. Show love for those unique styles. This is a well-phrased, I guess it's controversial in that it is a very anime avatar dominated space. I too am looking forward to sort of, oh man, all right, maybe I'll reveal a take early. But I don't know how to articulate it. That's the only issue, is I don't know how to articulate this take. I feel like a lot of models look very similar nowadays. But it's hard for me to articulate that in terms of like, how are they similar? Do I have examples? No. But there is something I feel that I've noticed where I'll see two rigs that like distinctly definitely were done by different artists and different models, but they'll have the same aura. And I think that's just a matter of like people who we're still in like a newish, it's sort of interesting seeing like how the community has grown. It used to be that high quality rigs were only made, this is live 2D specifically, high quality live 2D rigs were produced by people like Iron Vertex, or like the handful of like professionals that Hololive would reach out to, and then there'd be like one or two like super goated people as well. Like that used to be the case. Now we've gotten to the point where there's a lot of newer rigging artists that have come forward, and they've got their own tutorials. There's now way more people. You now don't have to rely exclusively on getting on Iron Vertex's list in order to get like a high quality rig, which is awesome. We're definitely at a point where everyone is learning from the same materials, and there's now going to be another wave where people take their live 2D rigging in different stylistic directions. I think right now it's pretty uniform in terms of like what a high quality rig looks like in the indie sphere, which is sort of related. It's like a hot take I'll have later in terms of like the differences between like how live 2D rigging looks for Hololive versus how it looks for the indie space at the moment. But I think it's definitely a matter of like good live 2D rigs in the indie sphere are very similar right now, and I think that makes the artwork and the final rig also look similar. And we're still learning. I'm excited to see not only like a unique art style, like unique like different branches of art styles besides just like uniquely anime. I haven't seen a lot of furries. I'm excited. Maybe I'm just not tapped into that community, but I might not just be involved in that, but I haven't seen a lot of furries. I'm excited to see not only interesting directions for artistry, but also interesting directions for live 2D modeling. And I think that will come. I think that will come now that there's a greater number of people who are skilled in live 2D. I think it'll be inevitable that we'll get to a point where people now go in different artistic directions with where they want to do it. You actually have an interesting story. When I first announced that I made my own 3D model, I got a DM from somewhat known 3D artists because they thought that I was undercutting their prices, and they thought I was going to start doing comms, and I'm like, lol, no, it's just for me. Wow, that's an interesting comment to receive from a DM. I've seen that comment in artist spaces in terms of like people need to raise their prices so that there's not a shame that's given to people who do charge more for their artistry. And I don't really fully agree with that. I think you should. That's interesting that you got a DM. There's so many furries. I only know if I'm gonna show off. Do you guys know who Jenny is? Have you guys heard of the Jenny model? Here, I'll find them. Jenny, the live 2D / artist Jenny is so goated. But if you've seen, let me see if I can find. It's definitely like one of the trending models. Wait, where'd it go? Hold on. Hey, wait. Oh, it's a different artist. Okay. Do I have... See if I can just do it. Oh, hey, there we go. It's my screen capture. This is Jenny. Jenny is also on Twitter as Jenny17888. If you've seen this model, They're the artist behind this model, which has taken the world by storm. I've seen a handful of people who use the Jenny model. I was also thinking about getting these ears before they made this model. They did a bunch of furries. This one is super good. Okay, oh, it's so cute. I love anime furries. They're so cute. I'll just have her dancing. Dude, Jenny is flipping. I don't know how you make this and then you also go on and make like one of the most popular accessible models. Oh, they're closed for commissions too. I wonder if they're getting tapped for like a bigger project. I've seen it happen a couple of times with artists on Mizima who get pulled in to do live 2D rigs. That happened with Feluca. I hope I can get Feluca's profile. Yeah, there's Feluca. They did this model, which is also, if you want to pay $100, it's super cute. Oh, so bouncy. But they got this artist got contracted to work on a number of models for HoloLive. I forget who they did. They did one of the HoloLive English models, but I can't remember who. And also like a couple of the HoloStars models. And why did I do that? Because, talking about the furries. I was trying to figure out how I got on this tangent. Dude, yeah, the Jenny artist is so goated. They thought it was legit going to start doing 3D comms to start taking their clientele or something. What? I'm shocked that there's sort of that artist reached out to you and that they felt threatened. I've always felt that more artists in those types of spaces are good, because then they're not overloaded, and if there's a demand, then they'll just be people who are satisfied. And also, sometimes it's a matter of like you're not losing a client, because sometimes someone waiting for too long will just not commission you. Oh, Callie's dress. Thank you. That was it. Or was it? Wait, who did? Wait, I actually wonder if... Oh, Feluca. I think Feluca did Ame's dress as well. Ame's, the black dress. Cause, yeah, Feluca also did Ame's black dress, which I think explains why Ame is... She's very bouncy in that model. I made a tweet when that came out that looked like I wonder if I could find that. It's probably too old, but I made a comic like a while ago where it felt like Ame's bust grew several sizes. Like she was like it felt like Callie's shrunk in comparison to Ame's, even though Callie is supposed to be the busty one. But anyway, I love Feluca, and I was super happy to see that Feluca went on and has done work for HoloLive. Anyway, yeah. So I think this, as far as this tweet, I think this is just an inevitable. This is not really a take. This is sort of like a hope, and I think this is an agreeable hope. Oh man, I just realized there was a certain point where I was excluding, I started excluding tweets that did not have over 10 likes, which maybe was a mistake, because maybe that means I missed out on the spicy stuff. But, you know, I kind of didn't want to include everyone, and I thought that was like sort of a valid thing to just exclude on. I agree. I guess I'll put it here. It's not really like spicy, but it is something I'm looking forward to. And I guess I added my own spicy take of like feeling like live 2D work at the moment is a bit ubiquitous, and it'll be a matter of time once I think the general space gets more comfortable with advanced techniques. Like I saw someone come out with a goated mouth rig. Like I think once that happens, I think it'll be a matter of time until like we get guides or inspiration on how how like the style of a rig can affect the way that it comes across. Right now it's sort of a matter of like you just like rigs are what glue pieces of artwork together. Oh, I skipped yours? Wait a minute, dang. Although I will say I did start cutting out, so it might be in here, but I'm not sure. I did not include everyone's takes because there was a total of over 1,000 responses. I don't have that much time. Oh no, wait, hold on. I might have actually wanted to skip this. This might be my only skippable. You know what? I'll keep this because this is the spiciest. This is a can of worms. This is a can of worms I'm not ready to open. Lolly VTubers shouldn't be a thing. It is far too common to see people with childlike models make incredibly lewd or inappropriate jokes and be praised for it. Not saying you have to have huge titties, but there is a difference between petite body type and lolly. This is divisive. This automatically goes in the controversial take because, by golly, I'm gonna be a fence sitter. I'm gonna be a fence sitter because I am honestly not super educated about this type of discourse because, on one hand, pedophilia is bad. On the other hand, I don't fully believe that people who like lolly regard them as people/children. However, I am not educated in this. I don't know like the full research that goes into it, but that's sort of where I'm at in terms of I recognize this is a can of worms. I think the hope is that if you, I don't know, it's sort of complicated. I might also be too lost in the anime sauce in that, like, when I see Iron Mouse, I'll give Iron Mouse as an example. When I see Iron Mouse, she has a higher registry voice. She does sometimes do like a baby talk, and when she sings, she has like a higher pitch when she projects herself. And her model, her original one, not her angel form or her demon form, where she does definitely look more adult, but like her original one, where she's shorter but she's busty. It could be regarded as a petite woman. I do not see her as a child. I do not see how she behaves and her mannerisms as something that is childlike. She probably is interpreted as a lolly because she fits that anime archetype, but I do not regard her as someone who is stepping over a controversial line. That being said, about a couple of weeks ago, there were a number of larger streamers who went to say that the popular VTubers are all pandering to this type of sus audience, which I disagree with. As someone who likes VTubers, I don't believe that that is the case. So I think it's also a matter of like, I am in this community, so I don't really see people like Iron Mouse to be a problem who are part of the space. I think there's definitely a metric of like, it's hard for me to define it. And that's sort of why I'm indifferent to make a statement, because there's a number of VTubers who definitely have lolly designs that I fully 100% regard them as adult women. Does that make sense? I think that's where I'm at. I'm going to say this is definitely a controversial take, but I will be right in the middle. You can definitely tell the difference. Yeah, I think I have not seen, I think I'd have to be given examples. There's definitely been VTubers that have been outright like, yes, I'm a lolly. Yes, I look like a child. Yes, feel free to interact with me. And there's definitely audience members who interact and give off sus comments. I definitely do not like that. But in terms of like, I think my own indifference to the take is like, lolly VTuber is a wide range that different people interpret as. It's like a greater conversation. At some point, I'd love to do a deeper dive into this topic, but I also feel like it's a minefield. So I want to come into it with like a mind of like understanding, but I also recognize I'm definitely 1,000% fence. Gosh dang it. Okay. It goes right there. We're just gonna continue forward. We're gonna move on from that. Oh, I hope that wasn't a Freudian slip. All right. There's one somewhat larger indie that is very clearly a lolly. They've done a good job of making sure that kind of stuff doesn't happen. Man, it's still kind of uncomfy. Ooh, I wonder who you're talking. It's funny when you say that. I don't know who you're talking about, which makes me curious. Well, like someone like I guess to go back to it, like someone like Nanners definitely used to be someone who, I mean, this is historical, and there's definitely like aspects of a community that do not like her because of her current stances on it. But she definitely was someone who recognized that the way that she sounded and her like natural voice acting abilities made it so that she could impersonate lolly characters in anime and do like fun bits off of that. There's definitely an audience of people that love listening to also, I guess I'll define. When I say lolly, I mean just the archetype of a petite woman in anime. I don't infer the sexual aspect of it. I'm specifically referring to like the archetype of a character who looks like a petite woman. So anyway, like Nanners definitely is someone who used to make content that catered to an audience that likes hearing that voice. But she's also gone on the record to say that she doesn't agree with the sexual aspect of it, and wants to move on beyond that. And even if she still does the voice, I 1,000% agree that she doesn't pander to it, and she just does what she does and is an adult woman who is allowed to be sexual. Anyway, it's complicated. But anyway, I see no issue with like Nanners. I see no issue with Iron Mouse, and certainly the fact that like a number of the larger VTubers all have higher pitched voices is probably just a bias of like people like anime women to sound like anime women who all are typically Japanese and thus have higher pitched voices because the Japanese are just smaller and more petite in stature and thus have higher voices. Anyway, this is a complicated topic, and I will leave my opinion right there. I gotta move on before I just turn this into this. Anyway, just being virtual doesn't make us part of the same community. Let me get my music back. There we go. Fun bits back then are so different from fun bits back now. Yeah! I agree. That's a good way to put it. There's definitely an audience. Oh, wait, never mind. I have to stop myself. I can't let myself get carried away. I just have a lot of thoughts about this point. I have a lot of thoughts mainly because, I don't know, the comments from top streamers a few weeks ago being like, VTubers are all pandering to that type of sus audience, like, I don't know why it got to me, but it made me sort of introspect on the creators that I watch, and why do I feel like some creators are perfectly fine and other creators are sus. Like, what is my delimiter? Am I simply too invested in this community and perhaps too biased that I do want to believe the best, and maybe I'm just not noticing, maybe I'm just not seeing things because I'm also like accustomed to what anime is like, you know? So it's more of like, it was more like I had already had a introspection with myself about this, and my conclusion was that I don't know enough. And someday I'd love to look into it more and form a more concrete opinion. Anyway, alright, I'll finally move on. Just being virtual doesn't make us part of the same community. I agree. There's a lot of different... VTubing has definitely gotten huge to the point that I'm excited to see it branch off into different groups. I think because VTubing started with Kizuna Ai and then also flourished with Hololive, there's definitely an audience that sort of expects Hololive / Kizuna Ai, who are both idols. And so they expect idol content presented by anime girls. They want like moe anime, but for streamers. But then there's other people that just use it as a different form of expression. Or VR chat, which is another, like, the VR chat community, which has its own vibes. I think this is lukewarm and agreeable. And maybe it'll become a case where, I think just because it's like, maybe it's just because, like, streaming is like that now, where I'm sure at some point streaming was just, like, a huge community, but now now it's like VTubing is a huge community. Will it splinter off into like, I guess we already see it. Like some people say that they're V artists and other people say that they're V singers, which is kind of the delimitation that I'm thinking of in terms of splintered into more niche groups versus like expecting the same expectations across the board, even if people are very different on different areas. Here goes. You are a friend of a VTuber until you cannot provide a platform, a service, or something of free for them. If you don't do one of those things, then you're on the chopping block, and the first time you sneeze the wrong way to that person, boom, you're out. Where's your original song? Wait, you remind me, there's a tweet that's coming up. I gotta see if that's part of it. Don't make me forget. Remind me later about King Cover. When you see a bingo board, remember that comment. If you want a name drop. Oh, wait. I think I know who you're talking about now that I think about it. Now I know who you're talking about. I will say... I'm sorry, I keep going back, but as far as who the larger indie is, now I know who you're talking about. I'm not familiar with their content enough to know what they're doing in terms of whether or not it's sus or not. I will just assume good faith. But now I think I know, I think I've figured it out. Alright. Anyway, this tweet... I'm curious to know what they mean by the first time you sneeze the wrong way to that person. I feel like that sort of gives it away. Because the rest of the tweet, I thought this was saying, like, the second you are not of use to someone, they're not going to interact with you. Which is that's, I think, a lukewarm but agreeable sentiment of, like, people don't like feeling like they're only there to serve a purpose. It's probably just a matter of like streaming in general, where in order to really stand out among people, it's good to showcase like a talent, and so people will want to reach out to you and be like, wow, you're really good at singing, would you like to do a collab on a song? Or wow, you're really good at artwork, would you like to do artwork and work together with me on this project? Like, I think that's gonna happen in terms of like people will recognize a skill that you are good at and want to be able to utilize your talents in order to make something potentially cooler. It's cool when cool artists get together and make something even cooler. But I do wonder what they mean by when you're on the chopping block. I wonder what that means. And what they mean by like hanging out to dry. I think this is a very much like independence of. Like if I worked with someone, if I collabed with someone and then found out like they were in hot water for like how they behaved, like if like a Discord message got leaked and they were mean. Like, I wouldn't want to associate with you. That's not, I wouldn't want to do that. It's not like I'm using you. I just don't agree. I've now learned more about you than I knew before, and what I've learned is different than what I thought you were. You've seen plenty of VTuber friends and don't do a dang thing for them, and they're still my friends. Disagreements, but ultimately we're friends, still talk regularly. Yeah, I think this is this second part is loaded. I think I disagree. I don't know. It's like a mixed bag. Sometimes I feel like some of these things are just like they're not articulated well, because it's one thing to like, please don't use me for your own growth. Like, I think that's agreeable, but like, please don't use me and then not side with me when I'm in hot water. It's like a weird ask. I'm gonna put it in the trash. Not that it's trash, I just think it's not an articulated opinion. Oh, this one. This take. I read this take. Let me see if I can size it. Okay, I'm not having a good time sizing it. There we go. I like putting ketchup on my pizza. Wait, sorry, hold on. I like putting ketchup on my pineapple pizza, and sometimes I microwave my rice because I like it crunchy. Where do I put this again? Wait, what did they say? I like putting ketchup on your pineapple pizza? I don't care. I'm just gonna put it here. I'm gonna put it right there. I just feel like pineapple on pizza is like, it's the go-to, like, what's a way to be controversial without being controversial at all? There's a certain, I feel like there's that one, there's others, but I can't think of them. But it's like a safe controversial opinion, because people will disagree with you. I don't know, I just don't count it. I don't count it. I'd say that is, in fact, I guess this is the lame corner. I'm gonna say this is lame. This is a lame tweet. I don't think it should have been added as part of the discourse. It's not the read the room. I think that was a tweet where they should have read the room. I don't know. There's a time and place. You can post it on your own main timeline without replying. But also, this is not super serious because it's just a tweet. It's just a tweet that was farming corny replies. But in terms of like, I require the spice, and ketchup is certainly not a spice. Pizza part is lukewarm because the pizza has taken some time to arrive, but the rice part is a hot take. Gosh dang it. You always come up with that's a great zing. I'm gonna say it and then edit in the video like I said it myself. Here, wait, let me do it. I'm just gonna yoink it. No one will know. The pineapple pizza part is lukewarm because the pizza has taken some time to arrive. But the rice part is a hot take because it was just in the microwave. There, now I'm gonna edit that in the video and it won't show your text on the screen, so no one will know it wasn't my joke. That's what we call the yoink. Did I already paste? Was it here? Where did my... Alright, I guess I'm just gonna keep that up here. I can't tell if it was image 20. Oh, there it is. Whew. You are not entitled to success, regardless of how much you spend or how hard you work. Just like everything in life, it is not for everyone. That said, keep up the good work. Not everyone that works hard will make it, but everyone that makes it has worked their ass off. That's sort of a nice sentiment. This is like a nice way of putting it. For me, I don't know. Maybe I just like watch creators who have all said it's not luck based. But Here's what I would love to do. There's a great, I don't know, I'm real fascinated by Mr. Beast. His content, I think it's very, how do I want to say that it's very ADHD parentheses complimentary because there's a lot of stuff coming at you. He throws you with an interesting hook for a video, and then all of a sudden he's like immediately going with content, and then the second the content like starts to get stale, he'll switch it up and it'll be like an interesting twist on it's just like the way that he organizes his videos is fascinating. Even if I like long drawn out documentaries about niche topics that are not necessarily as flashy as a Mr. Beast video, but his process for those videos is so fascinating. And he said one of his keys to success is that, and actually I'm going to use a term by Tom Hanks, where when I guess this is what Mr. Beast does. This is also what filmmakers do, where they review the dailies. I'm not entirely sure what the dailies are, but I believe the dailies are like you take so many takes of a scene when you're recording a film, and then at the end of it, you have to review the footage and say what you like about it and whether you want to change it up or like refilm certain segments. And apparently in the dailies review, no actors should be present, and neither should like anyone who is like present on the screen should not be present for the dailies, because oftentimes the commentary is going to be wait, whoa, what happened? I don't know what happened. Aries got flung. I don't know what happened. Anyway, I hope you come back and let me know what happened, Aries. It just says you were timed out. And you've been a good bean, so I don't know what happened. Unholy take to the depths? Oh no. Oh wait, that was in regards to the pizza. What is it? What was I thinking of? Oh, the dailies. Okay. Tom Hanks described this as the gauntlet because oftentimes the commentary around the dailies is going to be like excessively harsh. It'll be talking about like, oh, this person is like they're too fat for the character that, or I mean, I guess it'll be, yeah, they're too fat for the character that they're playing, or they're too tall or too short, or like the way that they hang themselves is like sort of too stiff or too concentrated. Like they'll throw out the whole point of this commentary is to just lay it all on the table, what their candid thoughts are and how they can make the product better. However, it is not healthy for the performers to hear that criticism themselves, because then they'll just be like super self-conscious about how they carry themselves in the scene. And so Tom Hanks called this the gauntlet because sorry, not the gauntlet. He called it the inner sanctum, because the commentary that's said in the inner sanctum should never be uttered outside of it. And instead, just like the high-level takeaways of like what do we change up is what needs to be communicated, but never the harsh words that are said in that. Mr. Beast does something similar, although he's okay with hearing the commentary. He shows his video to his friends, and then his friends are supposed to just absolutely tear it to shreds. Say candidly, like when they're bored, when they came off cross as stiff, like every single piece of feedback about what makes something bad, like a constructive but maybe harsh statement of like what is bad. I would love to get to that point where I have creator friends who can be candidly honest about my content. And more so also for me to get to a place where I'm able to handle it. Because I've gone back and looked at my older videos and I know what went wrong, and I'm still working on how to be faster and actually edit videos before I'm ready to listen to that commentary. But I would love to get to that point where I can like hear the different notes about exactly what I'm lacking and how I can improve stuff. And I guess in some way I would rely on analytics to sort of inform me, like when does an audience get bored, and maybe ask for feedback on, well, why were you bored? what was bad? What can I do that doesn't like require me to spend thousands of dollars in content to do? Oh, thank you. 23730. Thank you for looking it up, Kyrie. I'm excited to look at that. Anyway, this is like a long-winded like path thinking about Mr. Beast, because Mr. Beast has said candidly that he doesn't think that it's luck-based in order to make it on YouTube. It is, in fact, he believes it's firmly based on like understanding where your content is lacking and how you can improve upon it in order to make the best videos possible. So in terms of like, I guess this is agreeable. This is a long way for me to circle back and think of you're not entitled to success. I think that's sort of the agreed statement, where I've seen people say it's like a mixture of hard work and luck, but some of the creators that I listen to have said that it's not luck, that if you are truly introspective on the work that you do, you can be able to figure out how the algorithm works. But I'm also nubile. I am a baby in this space. But I can say, I do think that this statement, the one thing I have seen is that the success in content creation is not only driven by like an eye for detail and accepting criticism, but also just perseverance and consistency. Like that's the bigger factor that I've heard, is just like a lot of people will want to start something and then not be able to follow through on getting better at a skill. And so if you're able to just constantly keep working and improving and making, that will put you ahead of other people. But yes, I agree with second. You know what? I went on a long tangent thinking about Mr. Beast. I'm going to say this is an agreeable lukewarm take. It's not super lukewarm, because I think it is like, I don't know, it's sometimes just good to hear it every once in a while. It's just good to hear like, yeah, the people, I mean, I think it's also nice for us to think about like the people I think we want to think of the people who are successful as people who have legitimately worked hard, because that is not the case for people outside content creation. There's plenty of people in the real world who have gotten very lucky with their spawn point. So we like to think that people who are popular in online spaces are different, and that it's more of a egalitarian. Is that the word? Is that the term? I'm gonna switch on my playlist. I'm gonna get an Animal Crossing song. I don't know if the sound is picking up. There we go. Egalitarian, yeah. You accidentally double tapped your enter button. I did say 32 messages were deleted by moderator. So I don't know why it detected 32 messages from you. But welcome back. Did Ludwig make an alt channel to prove it wasn't luck? Yeah, dude, that video, let me get that. That video was so funny. The concept that he did was to summarize, Ludwig made a video essay that was centered around Mizkif, who was a big Twitch streamer, and then he paid an editor to edit his essay, his script, into a video, and then he put it on a different channel. And then he donated $50 to Mizkif with a link to the video, asking him to react to it. And then Mizkif was like, sure, and watched it. And he liked watching a video about himself and was like, wow, this is awesome. Chat, check out this video. And then he blasted the link. And then that was how he immediately got traction, because all of a sudden his YouTube channel makes one video and it gets a lot of views real quick, and people enjoy the content and subscribed. YouTube's algorithm is like, wow, that's hype. I'm going to start recommending this video because it seems like people who watched this video immediately liked it because Ludwig showed it to an audience of people who like Mizkif content. And then he made a video that was like, this is the strategy. What's super funny is that people saw that video and were like, I'm gonna make Mizkif a video and donate $50 to him so he can watch the content. So Mizkif just got a bunch of donations of people asking him to watch their essays about him. Well played. Well played. I do think that strat can work. People need to not do Mizkif though. I've sort of thought about like maybe doing that where if I make, I am interested in, I'd have to like be tactful about it, but I would be interested in the backstories of indie streamers, indie VTubers, someone like Iron Mouse, where you can talk about their past content creation respectfully because they haven't transitions to a new life, you know? So there's that the history is not like off the table without being sort of predatory. I don't know. There's a different audience. It'd be for a different audience. But I've sort of been thinking about like, oh, I'd love to do like research on like how some indie VTubers have grown and become successful, and maybe I would link to their subreddits to be like, hey, check out this cool essay I did of you. Like I've thought about that in terms of like a strategy for getting attention, but also more just like a fascination of I love seeing how other people got successful in terms of how I can learn from it. It would have been cooler if we made a follow-up video to measure returning viewers. True, that is fair. In fact, actually, now that you pointed out, I wonder if that was legitimately like a way. Ooh, I do have an example of that actually. That wasn't Ludwig. There's a streamer, I guess this is sort of related. There's another streamer named Atrioc, who I really like, who is friends with Ludwig, but also does his own thing. He does a lot of stuff around marketing content because that's his day-to-day. It's super fascinating. I love listening to his insights into the world of marketing because that's just a totally different world than I'm involved in. I don't do nearly enough cocaine in order to be invested in it. But he did a contest with his fan base to create their own ads, and then he would watch everyone's advertisements and then give the winner like $100. And someone made an advertisement for their own YouTube channel. Be like, hey, check me out. And it was an interesting enough video that he did in fact get like a boost, and Atrioc highlighted his subscriber count and be like, let's get this guy over 1,000 subs. Like there was a definitive sort of similar reaction of like, check out this guy's content, let's give him a boost. But I've noticed it in his subsequent video updates, they have not been Atrioc involved at all, so they don't get traction. And in fact, I was the one of the people who subscribed, and the content that he's put out is not, it's just not like what I am invested in. It's more sports oriented, and I don't know sports ball. I don't know anything about that. So I guess that's like sort of a real world example of that effect of like, maybe that's an issue of like now you've pigeonholed yourself into potentially only being popular with that type of content creator. How does the leecher become a free leech? I don't know what the path to be. I guess my own thought process is if I were to do something like that with like essays on, I guess Mizkif did that too actually. Mizkif grew because he made video essays about popular streamers and then would promote those videos into their channels. So his content became video essays about streamers in general, and then he became involved in streamer communities, and that's how he grew. Who Dad is the only person who succeeded? I guess you're right. I guess there's other orbiters, but there's still small fry. Even SYK_. But yeah, Whodad's definitely like pushed with his own content creation. I think of what are other interesting orbiters? Yeah, it's definitely like, I think the path, if they were, actually that's probably feasible. I wonder if like a successful path to growth would be, you can't just make one video. Like if Ludwig's side channel were to continue growing, I think he would have to continue making videos about Mizkif to the point where his chat recognizes the side channel's name as like an entity. Like once chat starts mentioning, oh my gosh, it's a, what's a username? Oh my gosh, it's Deodorant123. I love their videos. It's a new Deodorant123 video. I think once they get to that point, then they can start. I think that's the only point when they can sort of be able to jump into making their own content in a way where it grows successfully. But if they just do one video on Mizkif and then continue, I think that just means that the views won't be there as much. Take Jacksepticeye, he got a small boost from PewDiePie, but if it wasn't for Jack being actually entertaining, he probably wouldn't have kept the boost. True! Actually, I think I heard that too. I was wondering, I'm not too familiar with Jacksepticeye's initial growth. What was the boost like in terms of, like, was it just a shadow? I feel like that might not be, I don't know. I'm curious. I don't know enough about Jacksepticeye as an early content creator. It's okay to be shoehorned into a specific kind of content as long as it is what you like to do, but I doubt Mizkif lore vids are what someone would want to make. True. Dang, true. I don't watch Mizkif. I can respect him as he's a content demon. He's just not what I watch, but he's absolutely a content goblin. You only know one person who does proper video essays? I guess it depends on the... I don't know. I guess I watch a video essays, like a broad category. I'm not super into video essays on like media, like TV shows. I used to like watch that type of content and then I just got bored of it. I love watching video essays on like real world phenomena, or just like talking about, what is this? What is this song? It sounds like the parents from Peanuts. Listen to this. Okay, wait, hold on. Wah, 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 wah. It's like sad trumpet. Skipperoni to the next track. I also firmly believe that if you aren't passionate about the work you do, it'll show. People will be able to tell. True! You know what? That's probably accurate. That's probably more so what it is. If it's transparent, maybe that's what it is. I think if that channel continued posting video essays about other streamers, I'd still be interested. I think I'd still be interested in that. I think if yeah, I don't know. I am not too I'm not too skilled in knowing like how you pitch like a pivot in your content to your audience when they're already expecting one thing. And then maybe it's difficult when you've only shown them one video. Like they don't really have they have an expectation off of one video, which may be misleading. Like maybe Ludwig's side channel, assuming Ludwig's side channel was its own entity, like maybe it did want to do essays off of different phenomena in streamer culture, but maybe people subscribed specifically for Mizkif. So like maybe that's just like it's a hard way to gauge what people's expectations are and how you move within them. Anyway, I like how the entire time during this discussion, I've had this tweet Boobs don't need to be bouncing. Doing the Konami code. This is the take that I've had on screen this whole time. Oh, oy vey. You know what? Into the corner you go. Into the controversial take that I disagree. I want those puppies flailing. I hope we get to a day where they behave like real life, where they move asymmetrically. I want someone to bounce and they move like they're free as a bird. Like that. Let me get the clip. Let me get the Code Miko clip. I don't know if I can find it. How do I find it? I don't even know. These results. I looked up Code Miko boobs on YouTube. I feel like such a degenerate. I don't know. I don't know what to find. But she just like has a redeem for her model where you can like go crazy with the gravity, and I think that's the ideal woman. I think that's ideal. I wish there was ways to do that in Live 2D. I don't even know how to look for it. I feel so degenerate. Maybe it's on her TikTok. I'm sorry. I have to find this. This is important for research purposes and to demonstrate my point with this point. Man, her model's cool. She made it. Code Miko made a statement that like she hopes that there's more 3D VTubers like that border realistic like she is. I agree. I think it's difficult because it's so easy for that style to be uncanny valley. And I know that there are people who think that her model looks creepy. I think it looks super cute. But it's definitely like a fine line. With anime style, it's sort of difficult to get uncanny because it's so far-fetched from reality. So there's no chance of that happening. But I do, man, her hair. I just want to eat her hair. It just looks delicious. Man, I am so sad. I can't find the... Alright, I gotta make this a task that I find it. Find the Code Miko boobs video. Because, dude, that'd be so funny. I mentioned this forever ago on stream, but like when I had just started being a VTuber before I understood how Live 2D worked, I thought it would be real funny. I wanted a VTuber model where if you donated, I would grow a size. So like it would just turn into a thing where I wanted the entire screen to just be covered. And I guess Code Miko has a redeem that's sort of like that. That is my dream. Not today though. I'm starting at a size -2. So I have a ways to grow. Anyway. I'm glad I got an actual fun little thing in the corner that happened. Also, it's a funny tweet. I love the idea of of them moving around. Being jealous is a normal emotion, and people who say it isn't are low-key being toxic. Telling people to shove their feelings is damaging and harmful. It's okay to be jealous, just don't do shitty things out of jealousy. Understand your feelings and move on. It's human. This is agreeable. I think people who say that they're jealous on Twitter publicly are making an obvious mistake. I think someone who said like there's so much toxic positivity, I don't know what that means, and I think that's healthy because I don't think it's generally, for me, it's generally not a good idea to express frustrations publicly because one, if you're big enough, people will use that as leverage against you. There are people who will be waiting until you say something vulnerable, and then they will use that vulnerability against you. But I mean, also it allows you to be able to deal with those feelings and then pretend you never had them. You get to pretend to be the bigger person. Like, oh, I was never jealous. Because you never publicly declared that you were. You get to feel like you are. I mean, it's just healthy. It's just a healthy way to manage stuff. Anyway, this is lukewarm, excessively agreeable. This is how you should deal with stuff. People who say they're jealous on Twitter are making a mistake. And that mistake rhymes with Twitter. Oh my gosh! Thank you for the subscription, Bambright. Also, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Wow, welcome, and thank you so much for the subscription. That means a huge deal to me. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you for using my emote. I forgot about that. I'm gonna do this. I keep meaning to. I have so many open emote slots that I have to make. I would love to sit down and do more artwork. But thank you. Oh, dude, this song is fun. I love this Animal Crossing song. I don't know, can you guys hear the music? I don't know what level to put it at where it's... Because when I checked, I thought I could put it at, like... I used to eat music at this level, but when I've listened back on VODs, this was way too loud. But I now have it this low, and I don't know if it's too quiet. No music? Dang. Here, how about now? How's this for a sound level? Hey, alright, cool, I'll keep it there. Alright, thank you. Because it's been Animal Crossing music in my ear, and I want to make sure it comes through. But yeah, thank you. This one. I tried not to read all of them, but I saw some snippets because I was taking these screenshots. Also, just for metric, this is number 17. I have 17 takes left, including this one. So I still have a ways. It's already been, I started at 42 takes. Hey, 42. Nice. I didn't realize I had 42. So I'm about the last quarter? No, wait, half. I'm halfway. I'm a little more than halfway. The day you post IRL pics, your audience won't unsee it. You'll no longer be just your character, and the mystery is no longer capturing the imagination as well, when the audience were unaware and had to make up mental images of their own. This is an incredibly worded tweet, and like a really great way of phrasing it. I've never thought about phrasing it like this. I agree with this. There are certain people on Twitter, I guess I don't know. I'm not like trying to shy away from saying them, but there's stuff like, if you've seen tweets where it's like, the V in VTuber is important. That's what like the content of the tweet will say, and then it'll show screenshots of VTubers. Well, at least people who say that they're a VTuber in their Twitter profile, and then they've posted a real image of themselves. But they'll say the V in VTuber is important without elaborating why it's important. Or at least I guess it's a loaded statement. Why is it important? Why is it important to maintain a virtual aspect? I think this is actually, you know what? I'm gonna say this is complicated. Maybe I don't wholesale agree with it. Because the question is whether what you actually look like is a mystery. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is complicated. I misjudged. Now I have to think about my opinion. I think saying that you're keeping your appearance to yourself because it's a mystery is not true of all content creators. I think people who are faceless, like I think of like not just VTubers, but like Like Dream, for example. Dream is so I don't watch Dream's content, but I think the meta around his content and how his audience perceives them is fascinating. I think it's fascinating that the only thing his audience has to go off of is a smiley face, but the fan art of him how do I phrase it? He streams with George Not Found, and George Not Found is an objectively attractive, handsome man. And because we don't know what Dream looks like, the assumption is that George's appearance lends itself to what Dream looks like. So Dream will also be depicted as a same-aged, young, handsome man by the audience. And we don't know if that's true. I think that's fascinating that was the assumption. Maybe the assumption is just like we want to assume, like maybe the default assumption of people is that they are young and fit. Maybe that's just the assumption of people. Or it could be that Dream's audience are also young, and so they see like who they hang out with, like their classmates, in what Dream's appearance is. I don't know. I don't know why that image of Dream is what it is. Anyway, this is just this tangent based off of like faceless avatars. I just think that is fascinating to me. I think that's super fascinating, and I wonder why that's the assumption. And if people would articulate like what biases do they have that lends itself to them. I think George looking the way that he is why. Maybe, I guess I've already articulated my thoughts. But anyway, I think people don't stream with their faces not because they want to keep it a mystery. It certainly is an aspect of like people like seeing face reveals of content creators that they've looked up to, because having a face does make you human in a way. So we want to connect with people that we watch, and seeing their face is one way to do so. But I think saying that you do it because there's a mystery is not entirely accurate to why people want to be VTubers. The statement, though, that the day you post IRL pics may break some sort of illusion of like the relationship between a VTuber and the audience that perceives it. I think this statement is true. I guess this is a fascinating tweet. That's fascinating. He's VTubing as a real other person. Yeah, it's like and then maybe it's, I don't know, just going back to Dream. I guess Dream also did an interview with Anthony Padilla, and for the interview, he had artwork. Let me see if I can get the picture. So like, I don't know, this is back on my interesting tangent. So this was a still from an interview where Anthony Padilla talked with Dream. Now the picture of Dream on the right is a piece of artwork. And then when it zooms in on it, it's clearly like someone did a realistic interpretation of what Dream would look like as a person. And this is what they drew. And maybe it's probably also just because this looks very human, so now we assume that this is what he looks like as a human. But again, we have no idea. We have zero idea if this is the perception. I also sort of wonder if Dream had himself drawn like this because this is how he understands that the audience expects him to look like this. If this is sort of like an Ouroboros of the audience has drawn fan art of him looking like this, and so Dream is like, okay, I will use this design to say this is what I look like. The audience won't see it, but that almost might be a bad thing. True. Yeah, that's probably fair. That's probably the best way to put. It's just an interest. I don't know. This is the relationship between. I'm so fascinated by VTubers, guys. I love VTubers. I love thinking about the meta aspects of like identity on the internet and how it connects to like avatars. I just think this stuff is so fascinating. I'm so sorry if I like go on all these different thought tangents talking about it. It's so cool. Oh, Anthony had it commissioned? Oh, so it was Anthony. Wait a minute. So that wasn't Dream? Maybe. Oh man, now I gotta look at it. I'm so. I don't know. Yeah. Before Niji Sanji English came out with its own male wave, I held the belief that Minecraft YouTubers are the blueprint of success for male VTubers in the VTubing space. Back when people were on Twitter being like, when will the male VTubers succeed? When will we think about the males? And I thought, well, the blueprint's there. You guys can just follow it. There's already a huge space for faceless Minecraft streamers. You guys can do it too. Anthony did it for Corpse as well. Oh yeah! I guess that's the sort of the same. It's so fascinating. I don't know, because it's so fascinating. Anyway, you know what? I'm gonna focus before I let myself get too far gone. This tweet specifically: the day you post IRL pics, your audience won't see it. I think that's true. The only exception is just like flipping Kason. Kason's so goated. Kason looks exactly like her VTuber avatar as she does in real life. I love her takes too. She has a really interesting video. But anyway, that's that about like her experience with VTubing, and like apparently the audience in Japan is way more stringent about like staying in the avatar consistently. And so when Kason has done like, I don't know if you guys know who Kason is, she's a VTuber, but she's also dabbled in doing IRL streams, and she looks very similar to her avatar. And sometimes she'll do like mixed, there's like a still where she like had the head of her VTuber, but the rest was her real body in cosplay. And apparently she got backlash for that because people wanted it to only be the avatar. Which is fascinating. But yeah, she went on like a interesting experiences that she's had with VTubing from a meta perspective as well. I'm so fat. I wonder who they're gonna get for Hollow Stars EN. I'm so interested. I wonder if it'll go. I will say, I don't know. I've said a lot of stuff. I'm just gonna keep saying stuff. Niji Sanji English. I'm so sorry. This flipping. So many thoughts. Not Hollow Stars. Niji Sanji English is way more sexy than I thought it was gonna be, because my own thought was like, faceless Minecraft YouTubers are the blueprint of male VTubing in the English space, but they're sexy for them. And this is like a weird thing. It's like they're like subtly sexy. I don't know. Dream is like openly said that he ships himself with his friends. So they definitely, at least Dream himself plays into like the relationship aspect between him and his buddies. But the rest of them, I've sort of felt like it's super platonic. It's just it's just guys being dudes, hanging out. Niji Sanji is way more boyfriend experience. But maybe I'm also biased because I know Vox Akuma plays into the boyfriend experience. I was like curious, like I got recommended one of his ASMR streams. Oh my god, I was wow, it was the experience. It was yeah. I was not expecting it to be so boyfriend experience. So I guess that's not what I was expecting. It's just a different path forward. I wonder if Hollow Stars EN will be like that, whether it be like a group of homies, or if they'll also be like a otome game where everyone is your boyfriend. One of the advantages Niji has over Hollow is that they don't separate their male and female talent. They allow them to collab freely. True. I'm also interested to see, which is I guess that's part of the brand with Hollow Live in terms of like part of the fantasy. I wonder if that'll be the case with Hollow Stars EN. Because they don't have any Hollow Stars JP collabed with anyone in the English Hololive branch. I know they've done collabs with the Indonesia branch, which is sort of Hololive Indonesia. I feel like is way more They're like in a weird space between, I guess they're like Hololive English, but more lax. I don't know. They're way more, they seem way more flexible with the content they're able to create. Oh, you're right, Rika and Mori did collaborate. They did do the singing stream together. True, you're right. Oh yeah, and Band Robaru, I forgot about that as well. Thank you, yes, okay. So there is some crossover. I guess you're right to say that there's not a lot. It's definitely, they definitely do, there's definitely a lot, I don't know, cross-pollination. That's like a weird way to say it, but you're right, there's like way more frequent collaboration between the different groups in Niji Sanji compared to Hololive, where it's definitely exists but few and far between. Yeah, because it's definitely fragile. They have the audience is very different between the two, between Niji Sanji and at least Hololive. But I could also be listening to the small minority of people, and that influences what I assume the audience in Hololive is. Yeah, anyway, this is like I will say this is a fascinating tweet. I'm gonna say this is a good hot take. You know what? Anytime if I spend more than like a couple of minutes on a picture, I think that's definitely like an interesting. I'd love to deep dive. This one I think I have to dedicate its own branch of research into before I say anything, because I definitely want to look more into this subject, but I want to be prepared before I discuss it. This one I would love to revisit and maybe sort my thoughts out better, because it definitely is like an interesting conversation about, it relates to identity as well, just like within VTubing spaces. Wait, do I agree with it? I'll say I agree with it. I will, in a way, the fact that it's not a mystery almost makes it, I don't know, sometimes I feel like it makes it healthier, but it'd have to be like at a certain point in time, because I think the mental image people will assume is that you look like your avatar, and I mean, like, we're anime girls, we're not supposed to look real. so it may be an unhealthy expectation to have, and then all of a sudden when the real person is revealed, you're like, what? They look like an ordinary person. I don't know. But is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? I guess it depends. I guess it depends what you want. I'll put it there. I don't know. It is interesting. You know what? It's interesting. The bigger one that hasn't crossed an EN but gets crossed pretty often is in JP is the Niji Hollow Divide. Yeah, true. I wonder if that'll happen. Based off, there was a controversy. There was a controversy a while ago. I don't know. I would love someday for Kiara and Pomu to collab. I think that's the only one that I'm really rooting for, just because they've both expressed an interest in each other's content. And have definitely seemed supportive behind the scenes. I don't know if we'll ever get it, though. At the very least, I don't think we're gonna get it for a while, based off of the recent controversy that happened, where some private Discord messages got leaked on Niji Sanji's end, and not all of the comments were like favorable towards Hololive. I think it's natural to feel a sense of competitiveness when you're part of the two main companies that occupy the space. I think it's a shame it got leaked just because it was meant to be private. I don't think it was wrong to say those comments in private. It's just a shame that they got exposed to the public. Oh, I'm not gonna bevel. My eyes aren't huge or purple. Dude, it'd be goated if my eyes are purple. I wish I had purple eyes. Apparently, I don't know if it's real, but apparently it's possible to get purple eyes. I had to research it when I made like an original character like years and years and years ago that had purple eyes. But the only people who said it's like a real valid like trait to have were like Instagram influencers. So I don't know if I trust that logic. But I supposedly, hypothetically, allegedly, it's very rare and possible to get purple eyes. Some people are way too comfy with making fake hate DMs. I can believe haters pop up in the DMs, but I cannot believe a two-dimensional anime villain demanded commissions and that you pay them for even wanting your art. If you gotta fake hate DMs, it's a good sign you're not hated. It's true. You know what? I don't know if it's true. I can never tell if stuff is fake. There's certainly this trend. For those who, I feel like you guys in chat are aware, but for those who aren't, it was definitely a bigger trend a while ago. Actually, there's a Domo tweet. Hold on. I wonder if it's on his alt. Okay, maybe it was on his mid. I don't know. I can't find the tweet, but there was a Domo tweet he put up before he went on hiatus where it was him saying like make it stop, and it was just all of the Twitter trends that were happening. And one of the big Twitter trends was people saying like, "Oh my gosh, this hate DM that I got because they mistreated me as an artist." I can't tell if it was his. Okay, I think it was his main. Man, sometimes Domo. I agree with some of his takes. Sometimes it's just like, he just made a tweet that says, interact with this if you have a degradation kink. And I'm like, man, I really look up to your editing style. I can't keep defending you, man. Okay, it's probably not on his main. His main seems to be pretty professional in terms of, maybe he deleted it. Oh my god, never mind. Never mind. Posted a rock that looked very suspicious. I'm not gonna keep going down. But anyway, it was just like lamenting that. I place good faith in that not all of the fake. Here's one counter. I've definitely started stream and had someone make a long post saying what happens to them that day that was awful, and it'll be my just starting screen. So in some way I can imagine people just like saying not acting politely in DMs. So that's my assumption of why they're real. It did become a trend to post hate DMs that you got, like for artists specifically. So I'll believe if like a handful of them were fake just because people wanted to get on the bandwagon. I mean, it's still reliable, I guess, nowadays. I still see people on Twitter. I mean, I guess it'll always happen. It's sort of like a way of like reclaiming, like, I don't know. People like reading people with bad takes and feeling superior to them. And like knowing like, man, geesh, I'm not this guy who's just leaving random hate comments on a video where someone ranks fruits. Like, you know, my life is better than that guy. People like that. People like the serotonin that comes from, I guess it's Schadenfreude. It's kind of Schadenfreude because they may not feel the direct effects of it, but they are being publicly shamed, so like it's fun. It's fun to feel the serotonin that comes from not being that guy. I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is that I understand why people post those messages. I guess I can agree that it's sort of a tired trend, but it'll keep happening. I don't know if I just can't tell if people are faking it. I don't know. Maybe that's not a maybe that's not a proper response to this take. I guess I can't tell. Maybe I'm just not perceptive enough to know when people are faking things and just assume the best. But can also understand the sentiment that like people will make up stuff because hey, it's popular and I will get some fun cred and some easy pats on the back. Like I may or may not have made fan art for someone because they posted a message. Wow, man. Did I fall for it? Dang it. I can't tell. I don't think I did. But there was a VTuber that posted a hate message that they received that they would not receive fan art of themselves because their design was too complicated or it was like non-standard. And me and a handful of other artists saw this tweet and were like, challenge accepted, let me try it. Although I guess I also took it as like, you know what, I haven't drawn a character that's like sort of different. I'm gonna change it up and just have fun with it. Man, I hope that wasn't fake. I don't think it was fake. I refuse to believe it was fake. It was not fake. That was a real tweet, and they enjoyed my artwork. And I learned from it, and that's all that matters. You've gotten some hate DMs from people who wanted art from you? Because there's just a reason to? I guess that's fair. Have I gotten... I guess I have in the past publicized when people make... Actually, what I gave the example of like when I started stream and someone made a weird comment like in the starting screen. I did in fact screenshot that and then I censored their username and then posted it on Twitter, but I did in fact engage in that behavior. Maybe I won't. I don't know. It's like a mix because I'm not doing it to get back at them. I guess it's more for me. I'm just like poking fun at a situation where ultimately I was like sort of a victim to someone's random off-put emotions. But is it fair? Is it fair for me to be able to channel that, or should I have channeled it in a different way? I will think on that. That's a fair point. I will think on that. Next take. This is take number 15 out of 15 left. I straight up don't want to hear people talk about their numbers anymore. People forget that every number is a whole person who wants to spend their time with you, and I wish that comparing wasn't so rampant in the VTuber scene. I 1000% agree. I definitely know a couple of people. All right, I have to sort of get. I want to be as kind as possible with this because I know a couple people who do this and it drives me sort of crazy. And I want to stress that I dislike the action of doing this. I don't dislike the people who do this. I think it's sort of... It lacks tact, in my opinion, after every time you stream to go to your analytics, screenshot the analytics, and then post it to Twitter with the thanks for coming. And then it literally shows like the duration and the number of people and the peak viewers and how that trend goes. For whatever reason, for me, I would much prefer that stuff is kept private because it is like a definite balance between like, yes, from your point of view, it's important to look at analytics if you want to grow. And the main thing is to look at those analytics and see. The main purpose that I would want to get from analytics is what takeaways can I use from that to improve my content. Like if I put out a video and the click-through rate is bad, my feedback would be, okay, I got to get better at thumbnails. I don't believe those insights are favorable to put out to an audience because it does make me feel like a number. If I watched your stream and then I see that, I definitely feel like a number. Even though I am a number to you, I don't want to feel like a number. But yeah, I definitely, it's one of those things where I don't mind when people do like, wow, I will say this is distinctly different. This is distinctly different from people who are like, thank you for 30,000 followers on Twitch, or 30,000, like some nice milestone on Twitch. Or if people are like super close to a number for a milestone and are just trying to get over the edge, like people who are like, I'm almost at 19,000 Twitter followers, I'm only 30 off. Like I don't mind that, because that ends up sort of being like a call to action just for that last boost. Oh, another pet peeve of this, another pet peeve related to this. If you surpass a milestone and then immediately announce the next one, that is my other huge pet peeve. If I saw this in real time on someone's stream, someone was doing an interview with how do I say it? A streamer was interviewing a person who had their own YouTube channel, and their YouTube channel was like cooking videos, and it was fun, it was cute. And the streamer was like, let's get them to 10,000 subs because they're almost there. And then the second it hit 10,000 subs, the YouTuber was like, thank you for 10K, let's get it to 20K. And for whatever reason, I was just like, I'm out. I was like, your content, I don't know. For whatever reason, that really turned me off. That's I just like, please breathe. Please breathe. Please announce it in another tweet or another minute or in another stream. Just please, I beg of you. I lost me. There goes my cup. For whatever reason, I find that to be just such a huge turn off. I don't know. I just don't. I know I deep down, I know I'm a number, but I don't like feeling like I'm just like a stepping stone. Yeah. It'd be nice to have more shop talk places where people can learn how to do the analytics of YouTubing. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's also like a fine line, because in some, I think I don't know, in some regards, like VTube content creation is, I mean, I am still a nubile, I'm still a big baby, but from what I've also understood, like sometimes it's just like it is, I don't know, is it all skill based, or is there also luck involved? Because sometimes it's just like a roulette wheel of just like actually, I think this was Ludwig talking about Dream, where Dream's content was just like a bunch of different types of Minecraft content that he just threw into the void. And one of the types of content he threw out was super successful, and so then he used that to run with the wind to grow with it. So in a way, it's like a matter of like hyperfixating on I think it's a mix of like, oh, I don't know. I'm so bad with this. Hyperfixating on analytics, I think, is unhealthy. It's more like general trends. How do you look at something and understand what it is that you're failing at? I think maybe the gauntlet, not the gauntlet, what was it? The inner sanctum of just getting a group of content creators who are free to just like completely tear each other's content apart for growth purposes. I don't know, it's difficult. I don't know. It's such a, yeah, anyway. Yeah, you're right. The question is who the audience, the analytics is for. I agree. I think it's cool. There's also like a TikTok trend with that as well. There's a TikTok trend that's like, the audio is just post your analytics, post your current like follower counts across platforms, and then duet this on your birthday and see how much you've grown. That's just the worst for me. I think that's fascinating for people to do for them. It's, oh man, this is another like rabbit hole of like, oh my gosh, there's another rabbit hole. Just cause like, I don't know. The danger with doing stuff like that is like if you set goals for yourself that are follower count based, I feel like that just sets you up for failure. My own personal goals of like content creation are all like task oriented. Like I want to be better at editing videos faster. Or like setting expectations for content creation frequency rather than like get 10,000 followers. Just because, like, I have no control over that. I do have control over my output, but I have no control over how many people will look at what I do. So it's, like, a dangerous thing with that regard of, like, what do you value in your analytics in terms of, like, growth. I love talking shop, but also I feel like it's just, I don't know, it's just such an interesting, it's so fascinating. There's so much stuff. Maybe I'm just easily fascinated by the world. Yeah, numbers are always the easiest thing. That's true. I guess that's fair. Numbers are just like an easy yes or no in terms of like measuring success. Get an IRL friend come in your stream and just say 1 viewer? What? That's so rude. I'm part of the no viewer count Andy club. I stream for me and me alone. But I mean, kind of. I mean, I make sure. I hope you guys are having a good time. I'm having fun. I'm having a great time. In the 3D work, you have a whole Discord server of other 3D artists worked with the past. It's all we do is peer review because our own eyes are biased. That you need other. Dude, that's super hype. Congratulations for setting up a server like that. I've seen advertisements for like VTuber Discords or like VTuber TikTok Discords, and I sort of shy away just because I don't know what the vibe is there. Like whether it's like an expectation of like what was it? I don't know. That was what a bunny underscore GIF got into trouble with a while ago, was because there was a Discord that was dedicated to cosplay members of the cosplay community, and ended up being like just like asking people to constantly retweet each other and then gossipy type discussion. So I don't know what the vibe is, but that's super hype that you're able to get a group of creatives. I would love to get to a point with that with VTubers, but I gotta assess other people and make sure I vibe. Yay, I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Dude, I just love this. I mean, clearly, how long has it been? 3.5 hours? Although I was doing screenshots for the first 15 minutes. Still though, like 3+ hours of talking about this, I love this stuff. These threads are corny, but by golly, I will read every take because I love thinking about this type of stuff. Anyway. This is probably not a I will say this is probably not a controversial take, because I don't see a lot of, I will say, the number of people who I see posting their, like, full stream analytics are few and far between. It is really, like, a handful of people that I do see doing that, so I think it's sort of known. I don't think this is controversial. Actually, how popular is this? 54 likes. That's pretty popular, actually, for the number of likes that I saw. So this was a pretty popular take. I think it's not known how taboo it is, though. I will say. I think I'll say that. I'm gonna put this right here. You go in the perfect corner right there. Congratulations. This is the gold take of the day. Yeah, I think that's it. I think there's sort of, I wish to believe that it's at least sort of accepted this is true, but I find it to be more taboo than it is. Having an over-sexualized character in an attempt to gain easy followers is the worst way to go about VTubing. Oh, this is a spicy one. Looking at the numbers post and a post on wanting to hear numbers about Taylor, it was more just like me I guess you got me. Dang it. I guess you got me. Well, I'm just curious about, I don't know, what public perception is. Alright, you did get me. Dang it. Anyway, this post, the whole say so versus say son't. Okay. The worst way to go about VTubing is an interesting statement from this person. The worst way to go about VTubing. Because this is an open, although this is popular, I don't know. Dang it, I shouldn't look at the likes. I wasn't looking at the likes until that last post, and now I'm looking at the likes. I won't look at it. Anyway, this is an interesting statement. Worst way to go about VTubing. So me personally, I don't really swear in my regular day-to-day, so, but you guys have heard what I've, like, talked about. I openly said I don't take cocaine, but I didn't, like, I've alluded, in Needy Streamer Overdose, I openly talked about my character doing drugs. Like, if I was, like, say so, I wouldn't even utter stuff like that. I feel like I just don't swear, and I don't tend to talk about, like, those types of topics naturally. So I guess I'm sort of in the say so category. There is nothing wrong with getting an audience of coomers. It's just a matter of, I think what this person means to say is that an audience of coomers is not the audience that they want to have, which is fine. And there are certainly VTubers that cater to that audience and seem to enjoy creating for that audience. I think that's also fair to say. It certainly is a path to growth. I think Shy Lily is an example of, I like Shy Lily. She also really skyrocketed to an impressive amount of growth after being featured a number of times on a clip channel who typically clips out of context lewd comments. So she definitely saw a fast amount of growth with that regard. I first discovered her because a TikTok of hers also blew up, and it was a similar type of content of her. It was a combination of, like, how her model is, like, how, like, the incredible rigging work that's done, especially, like, on her mouth, and how much she embodies the character, and then combined with the fact that, you know, she's a lewd orca. I think there's certainly an audience for it that will get you that growth. And as long as you, like, are excited about that and want that audience, I think there's no harm. That audience will love to have you, and they will notice that you are passionate about creating content for them. Or not. I don't know. Maybe they're good at masking it. And there's nothing wrong with it. I think it sort of accepts that sort of audience is not the audience that you want to create to. And it may be more difficult, I don't know. It certainly is a path to success, as we've seen. But if it is not the audience you want to have, then it's not the audience that you should work toward, because you won't be happy if you reach that level of success. Anyway, this is like a double phrase. I will say I disagree with this statement. I think if you were to say having an over-sexualized character, actually, you know what? It's not just over-sexualized character, it's also the personality. If you lean to that audience, you will see that growth. It's just whether or not you want it. Anyway, I don't know. I think I don't agree with the wording. I think it's not as articulate as I would want with this take. So I'm going to say I disagree. And I'll put it, I guess it's in the trash pile. There's so many in this row. It's so deceptive how few there are there. It's fine doing that, but actively taking advantage of sim culture and leading people on is just annoying. Sorry, through. Oh my gosh, wait, Glee, do you have the flippin'? There you go, the Shy Ray. Oh my gosh, you've got a Nemu icon. think it's taking advantage of simp culture. I guess I would want to. I'm trying to think of like. I guess I don't know how you take it. I guess I sort of disagree in terms of like, what do you mean by taking advantage of simp culture? Like, I'll give an example of I do look up to Amaranth as like she is a hardworking individual with a goal in mind, and by golly, there's the fact that there's like no one else at Amaranth who's at the level that she is sort of a testament to like her ability to weaponize multiple platforms for her goals in mind. I mean, I can't stand intentional ASMR, let alone several hours of ear-licking ASMR. But you know what? For me, that in terms of like, does she take advantage of simp culture? As long as I don't know, it's difficult just because like it's a parasocial relationships in streamers is fascinating. For me personally, I understand it as like a transaction of like, I think I talked about this when like when Rushia drama happened, where Rushia played into the girlfriend experience, and I saw that as more of like an unofficial handshake between the audience and her, where the audience is like the trade meme where like, I will give you the feeling of having an anime girlfriend and you will give me the financial support to keep doing this. Like it's like a handshake of like, this is a business relationship of I am ultimately transacting to feel this feeling that I do not have in my real life, but that the knowledge that it is a transaction is accepted. That's probably not the case for everyone in the audience, now that I say it out loud. There's definitely people who don't recognize that that's the relationship and will believe the anime girlfriend is my girlfriend. I don't know how to phrase this. I want to believe those guys are outliers. Ammo is a powerful woman. She's so, man. How much? She said she made bank on an OnlyFans pic, which is well played, incredibly well played. In an internet that is flooded with nude pictures, the fact that she was able to do that is incredible. It's a mutually understood thing, but when the people who wholeheartedly believe that they have a chance at dating an anime girl and the streamer knows this and takes active advantage of that, that's when it crosses the line. You know what? Yeah, I do agree with that. I do agree with that opinion. Especially, I guess for me, I just can't tell. Maybe there's one example I can think of off the top of my head where that's happened, where, I don't know enough about the situation, but there was a streamer who received, like, over 40,000 donations from this one person, and so, like, the streamer apparently, like, actually visited the donor and hung out with them, so I don't know if that's, like, I don't know what to read into that. That could possibly be like an example of that happening, where the relationship was, although I guess the relationship was somewhat, I don't know. I don't know enough about the situation in order to make an educated conclusion from it. But you know what? Definitely, if there's a situation where someone who, I would say, all right, here's what I'll say. After saying a bunch of stuff, here's what I'll say. Streamers, that person who believes that they have an anime girlfriend is not mentally well. If a streamer takes advantage of someone who is not mentally well, it's like obviously like a bad thing. And they should encourage, I don't know how, but they should encourage the viewer to seek professional assistance with this issue. But it's also difficult. That's a difficult relationship to navigate when that person is in fact giving you money. Not to source Ludwig, but Ludwig, although Ludwig's like super successful nowadays. But Ludwig has said that he doesn't like receiving money individually from fans anymore. He much prefers doing like larger sponsorships with companies in order to be able to fund his content rather than individual donations. But that's just not possible for streamers that are not Ludwig sized, because they're not getting sustainable offers that can make content. Anyway, it is a tricky situation. I think maybe that's just like the nature of donations makes it tricky, because I've heard with like people on Twitter that like some streamers will have people in their community that don't behave well, but they'll continue to keep them because they've donated money, so they do feel like they owe them some form of attention and leeway. It's difficult. This is very difficult. I don't know enough about it to know how to navigate it properly. Wait, where'd my... Hold on. I don't want to hunt... Oh my... Wait, is this tweet for me? I don't want to hunt... I don't want anyone to hunt this person down or send hate. When posting very specific screenshots about the problem is part of the problem. You want your voice to be heard, I get it, but people will send hate once posted no matter what you say. Some people even live for drama. Is this post? I didn't even realize this when I screenshotted this. Oh my god. This person's calling me. First of all, yeah, please don't respond to this person. I hope that's like, this is actually, there's a super interesting video. It's specifically about, although I guess it's sort of about debate lord communities. I can't believe this is me. Yeah, I'm really curious how Hololive sponsorship deals compare to S-season memberships. True. Oh, that is interesting. Who is it that, flippin', when Ludwig was doing, I'm so sorry, I swear I watch more people than just Ludwig and a handful of other streamers. And just all my examples about this go back to him. Flippin', I can't believe it. Anyway, when Ludwig did his subathon, and it was calculated that, like, the way that he set the numbers, he was making $900 an hour based off of, like, his stream. And Mizkif made a comment. He said, no exaggeration. Ludwig could make more than the subathon in a month with an hour of a sponsorship. Which is crazy. Just like imagining that amount. But I guess it makes sense just because like Ludwig had an audience of 40,000 people watching him. Actively watching him. Not like on a TV. If they had an hour of unfettered attention to their product, I can't imagine what that gets valued as. But yeah, those sponsorships must be... Actually, I wonder how... I firmly believe that the Hololive sponsorships, based off of that one comment by Mizkif, I believe that the sponsorships that Hololive gets are better than the super chats that they receive. Which is crazy. Which is crazy to think about. This one makes me feel complete because the people who say this are trying to be civil and respectful. The main problem in this situation are the cringe drama baiters that go send hate to stir the pot. I agree. That's a good way of putting it. With this take, there's a video called, it's specifically called the Vosh effect because the focus of the video is the YouTuber's specific experience with a political streamer named Vosh, but it sort of extends to like wider spaces of like, people pointing out like this opinion is, I'm not saying this opinion, but if I were to be like, actually let me see if I can find the clip because it was a good clip. so I can find the part in the video that I'm thinking of. Here it is. Okay, I found it. So it's just one snippet, and this is I'm showing this more as like, this is not specifically about Vosh. This is more specifically about this type of effect of like
experiences. But like, okay, you have a few thousand people watching you, giving you positive feedback, and that feedback is reciprocated. The chat's like, oh man, they're doing you dirty, man. It's super fucked up what they're doing to you, dude. Oh, they're really bad. And sometimes the streamer's like, you know what? Yeah, they are fucked up, dude. Fuck these guys. I hate them. Spit on them. And the chat's like, yeah. A lot of times the chat wants blood. This is something that has been acknowledged within the community. Now, I'm really not trying to point the finger of blame in any one direction here. This process has a lot of...
Now he's like talking about how this like expands out, but just that one clip of him going like, yeah, we'll show him. It's definitely a matter of like, you're not only stirring your own community to go after these people, but that there is a specific separate group of people who just love seeing blood, and so those people will want to get involved. So I think that's what this thing is more about. Yeah, it's sort of mixed. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. For me personally, I think I would want. It's sort of a shame that it sort of gets to this point, but I feel like I've noticed more creators nowadays being like, showing a take they don't agree with, but always prefacing it with a lot of, please don't go after this person. Please don't go after them. If you do, you are cringe. I will disown you from the community, please. But in a way, it's sort of, I don't know. I don't know if we can get beyond the part of like not showing, because the reason I showed these pictures with people's usernames is because I think that anonymous opinions without any identity are worthless. I think having strong opinions like these like requires there to be some sort of ownership. Otherwise you can just like say whatever without, I guess maybe it was different for this one because I am like evaluating it based off of the content and I'm not really paying attention to like who's saying it. And like maybe that lets me, I don't know, maybe I'm being hypocritical. Maybe I'm letting the identity of these people let me form biases against what their opinion is. And like say like I also included like the likes, maybe I also feel some sort of bias towards of what the public reaction is based off this. I don't know, maybe I'm going back on what I thought. I don't know, I don't like reading opinions when I don't know who's saying what. I think that's what the reasoning why I kept these in is just because I don't like reading anonymous opinions because I don't really hold much merit to them. But on the other hand, these opinions weren't anonymous. They were posted in a Twitter thread, but maybe I should have left them anonymous when assembling them. I am not sure. Maybe this is a point. But it's sort of, I don't know. I do like concrete examples when discussing topics like this. Because otherwise I feel like it's too easy for people to make up a villain. Like one type of discussion I've been going back and forth. I probably won't do it, but there's a content creator named Hero Hey who makes his videos nowadays are essentially just like finding tweets that are like takes he disagrees with, but they'll be like from accounts that have like no attention at them at all. He'll just essentially pluck random opinions out of the air without any context whatsoever, and he'll talk about them in his videos. But then sometimes he'll just like say like, oh well, this group of people, they hate Alfredo, or whatever his name is. But he won't attribute that opinion to anything. So it just seems like he just made up a villain. So I do like when there's like specific examples contributed. I don't know. I don't know, man. I think I don't know. I think the conversation about like too many people get death threats, man. Too many people get death threats for no reason. It's just so stupid. It's just, I hate that. It's like a norm now. If there's a tweet longer made about someone, the person who wrote the tweet longer and the person who the tweet longer is about will just both get death threats. It's just so stupid. I don't know if we'll like be able to change that, but at least I feel like we're more open about it now that it's like a more frequent occurrence. I don't know how we change it though. So I don't know. I get irrationally upset whenever he gets recommended me. You know what? That's accurate. But I've gone back and forth. I probably will not do it because I just don't think I'm the type of person to do that. I mean, I'm already spending so much time discussing this topic here. Oh, my recording says it's been 3 hours and 15 minutes. So I've got 3 hours and 15 minutes of discussing hot takes already. I'll probably not do it just because I'm not the type of person for that. But I think what's fascinating about his content is that he'll sometimes throw in his counter arguments and then never elaborate on it. And he'll just present it out there like he read, I don't know, this is like a loose example. He read some person's Twitter where they said, oh, this character from Fate Grand Order is trans. And I interpreted that as, oh, well, that's just some person who wants to identify with a character. But then Hirohei also said, like, I don't know, never mind, this is like too much context. Never mind, I should have gone down because there's too much context to it. But anyway, he just like threw out a random sentence and it ended up being like a perfect counterpoint to his argument, and he didn't look into it at all. Anyway, I just think there's his content is interesting with how the logic is stitched together for me, but it's like bad. Anyway, I don't know. Anyway, regardless, I think this is I am on the fence with this one. I think I'll put this here. It's not. I want to make sure it's sort of separate. This was an interesting. I think I want to do more introspection with this one, or like evaluation of it. Because I don't know. I want the world to be safer. I think I hate that death threats are so just like oh, I got one today, guys. It's like, oh, I got junk mail and a death threat today, guys. Isn't that fun? I don't know how we fix things. Friends don't let friends hero. Hey. Navel gazing, left baiting. That's true. In some, yeah, you're right. In some, you're right. He's definitely baiting his content. I guess there's already been enough videos made about him that he knows he sort of just enjoys that spotlight. Anyway, this was the comment from a while ago. Not really a take, but something that posting it will make you cancelable. The generic Western. Here we go. Flippin' Western VTuber. As discussed, I think this phrase is suspicious because there's a certain type of person who will call it the Western. You know what? I think the distinction is every time I tag my post, it is hashtag EN VTuber. The only people who I say Western VTubers are people who inherently believe that they are inferior to VTubing in the East. I think that's my basis, is that this term, if it was EN VTuber, it wouldn't be a red flag to me. But I've just seen this phrase too often with that type of community. Also, now that I read through this is kind of a dated bingo board. Let's see. Yeah, this might be dated. I was thinking about this when I I think it was you, Kari, who posted the comment about, like, where's my king cover and my my other stuff. But now that I read this is, like, kind of dated. Let's see. ASMR with an unexpected twist. Leeches on PewDiePie is definitely old. That definitely was back in the day where people were doing covers of bitch lasagna, but I don't really see much talk about PewDiePie anymore. Looks cute but is violent. Looks cute but is disgusting. Looks cute but is sadistic. Everyone watching me is a degenerate. Yandere videos will only play popular or flavor of the year games. Overused FBI joke, never brings up her actual personal taste. Mocks simps but baits for donations. Cursed videos, ironic humor, Twitch lingo, high-pitched voice. Cynical outlook on the genre. Anti-idol. Most jokes come from... Okay. Asian American. This is like such a mixed bag. This is a whole bunch of opinions. Also, I realize it's now 12:30 a.m. for me, so I'm not like speaking quieter because I just realized how late it is. Zero mentions of Vocal ID or Toho. Yeah, this is... How is this cancelable? These are huge swaths of content. This is... What do you mean? I don't know. This is a... I guess it's bingo. So if they get bingo, is it bad? So is it bad if I do 5 of these? Here, wait. I'm gonna do one. I'm gonna do this. Wait, hold on, I've gone on... There we go. Get the Animal Crossing back on. Let's see, what ones have I done? Make it purple, because I'm purple. I've tried ASMR, but I've not done an unexpected twist. Looks cute, but is violent? Hell yeah, that's me. Looks cute, but is disgusting. Looks cute, but is sadistic. Everyone watching me is a degenerate. Hell yeah. Will only play popular or flavor of the year games. That's probably not me. I definitely do. I don't know. I'm not much of a gamer. Never brings up actual personal taste. Hell yeah. Mocks simps but baits for donations. Cursed videos. Have I done cursed videos? I don't really do videos. Ironic humor. Twitch lingo. Alright. I'm gonna make this a different color. That's because this is kind of me. But I'm also on Twitch and I watch a lot of Twitch. So I guess that's me. High-pitched voice. Hell yeah! I'm definitely this. I don't know. I can't even try. Wah 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 wah. Imagine if this wasn't my real voice. How messed up would that be? If this was my fake... If this was my auto-tune, my voice changer voice, imagine what I actually would sound like. Cynical outlook on the genre. I didn't even realize genre. The VTubing genre. Anyway, that is actually not me. Says it like it is. Hell yeah. Rude but honest. Actually never leave. You know what? Actually, it's weird that these two spaces are on here. Because I feel like the opposite would be true. Like, I feel like the stereotype is that they're like... I mean, I guess we saw that comment about toxic positivity. Like, I thought the assumption is that they're just, like, uber positive. And then we'll just not really saying it. Like, what is... Like, I feel like that's what this space implies. Never brings up her actual taste. Means like she also doesn't say her true opinions, and it just or unless they have a disdain for Western women and believe that they're just rude people, could be that too. Actually never leaves the safe zone. presents yourself as edgy and unusual. Anything cute and sweet is bad, fake, generic. Wait, what is this? What are you talking about? What is this? This is alright, now that I read it further, this is a conflicted bingo board. Anything cute and sweet is bad, fake, and generic. I guess there's this button for anti-idol, which is, I guess, sort of a Western opinion. I definitely feel like the sentiment about idols is way more that, like, the idol industry is cringe. But it's just different. It's not something that really exists for adults in America. There's certainly like I think about like how the Disney Channel is sort of the modern, like JoJo Siwa is effectively an idol because she is she dances and has her own songs and singles and TV shows and portrayed and is very wholesome and meant to be like a role model for younger women, which is sort of what the essence of being an idol is. It just happens that in Japan there's also like a huge adult male audience that also enjoys that type of content. So in America we think it's weird if an adult man likes JoJo Siwa, and that's sort of what the conflict comes from in terms of like that dissonance. So I think that's what these two are probably coupled together, is that idols are cute and sweet, but there's a sentiment that recognizes it is an industry that could be predatory and what's the word? What's the word to say that a company is bad? Exploitative. That's it. I think that's what the dissonance comes from. We'll only sing popular or flavor of the month Annie-san. Okay, it's just straight up saying king. Just straight up saying if you sing king, you are cringe. Most jokes come from r/Anna memes. Okay, I guess let's see, where am I? I will say I used to not be anti-idol, but my sole sentiment was that it was an exploitative industry and that it was weird. And I think that's sort of the common opinion to have, like, especially in not Japan, where there isn't like a predominant idol industry as part of our culture. But I've certainly warmed up to it. I like Hololive as an idol industry because they certainly seem to have more flexibility with how their talents behave than like a typical more restrictive idol company. I like that idea, better. Hololive does not seem like it's exploitative, at least from the outside. It seems like the people that are in it are genuinely enthusiastic, and they don't kick out people if they don't perform well. It seems like they're very flexible with the types of talent that what they're able to do within it. Well, I mean, there is restrictions, but for like they're pretty flexible. Like they've got a diverse range of talents, and they're able to express themselves how they want. Anyway, yeah, so I think this is an interesting bingo board. I don't say this is cancelable. This really sort of outs you as someone who is invested in idols. Anyway, I didn't get bingo. Even ironically, I didn't get bingo. Anyway, I don't think you guys just memeing. Makes you want to make a king cover. Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, I think I remember your friend. Yeah, she did like an awesome, I'm trying to remember her name, but she was like working on getting her Hindi certification. Yeah, anti-idol fans. Oh, that's fair. Yeah. My stringer sucks a big ups. I think posting it makes you can't. I think as far as what this take is, I think it's more about like what does this bingo board mean? And my interpretation of this bingo board is, if you agree with these viewpoints, you're someone who is sort of a purist in that, like, you want VTubing to be closely related to the Japanese idol industry specifically. Which is that's a specific audience, and there is nothing wrong with being part of that audience. I think you are incorrect in holding a different group of people who are not necessarily favorable towards idols to those same standards. Because I think it's fair to say that the idol industry is not really like if you look up idol on YouTube, the first links that you'll get recommended to you are about how the idol industry is exploitative in Japan. And those are recommended in terms of their popularity, and also it will only show me English results because I am English. So I think it's important to recognize that it's not the popular opinion in America, and to not hold the same expectations of that. If anything, I will say me being a fan of Hololive has made me warm up to the idol industry, because I didn't know anything about it, and looking into it has made me warm up to the idea that I probably wouldn't have had if I wasn't invested in Hololive. So I'm gonna say I disagree. I generally disagree with this audience. I'm gonna say that this is probably closer to here. In terms of I guess it is a cancelable take, but I don't necessarily agree with it. Alright, 10 left. Alright, I think I gotta do these rapid fire. Streaming on Twitch every day Streaming on Twitch every day for 8 hours to 0 viewers is not how you grow, and when VTubers ask for advice on what to do or express frustration, I hate when everyone just says, just keep going. Like, I understand being positive, but that's not helpful, and that's not how it works. I think this is another example of two different takes, because the first statement is objectively true. There's no discoverability on Twitch. The entire idea is to, and also, you can't really entice people by saying, here's an 8-hour-long video of me playing a video game. Please pay attention to my content. It's sort of, that's a difficult way to advertise yourself. As far as the second part, as far as like just keep going, I think that's a second take in terms of like, I think someone who posts on Twitter just saying like, I hope you accomplish all that you had to do today, is not them being genuinely not giving like thorough advice. I think that's just them being supportive. I'm gonna say this is lukewarm, agreeable. The discoverability is utilizing other platforms like YouTube. Yeah, but solely just streaming alone is gonna help. Yeah. Thank you guys all for joining me today. By the way, I'm glad. I love this types of stuff. But yeah, that was just very. You found me? Wait, really? Yo, that's hype. Welcome. I don't know if I've seen someone. I haven't posted on TikTok in a while. I've been meaning to edit my time eating a bunch of Pop-Tarts as videos. I should do more. I loved making a video on. I made a video on Neon Beat because Neon Beat spent so many streams working on Veibe's new model, and he's just incredible, powerhouse. I'd love to do more videos like that. I guess more videos like this where I just talk about the meta, because I love thinking about the meta. Just do what you like. Stop trying to cater to other people. Authenticity is more fun to watch than people being fake. Entirely agree. In a weird way, because it's sort of conflicting. I'm not conflicting, but like, authenticity is hugely important to me. Especially, maybe it's just because it's especially as a VTuber, because, I mean, I'm an anime girl princess, you know, like, like in some regard, my appearance is inauthentic, but it is also an expression of myself, which is authentic. Anyway, authenticity. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a weird, it's an interesting thought about like maintaining authenticity through a medium that by its very nature uses an avatar. Anyway, this is, I think it's also extrapolated to like do what you like, because you have to do it for so long that if you don't like it, you're not going to have a good time. And you won't like what the end result will entail. It's much more worthwhile to cultivate an audience that grew to like the content that you enjoy making, because you will need to continue making it for them. Anyway, I'll say that's a half-baked. I'm going to say that's a... I partially agree, it's like a half-baked thought. Ooh, I screenshotted this one and I deleted it because it was less than 10 likes, but then I wanted to keep it in here because I think this is an interesting... I don't know what they mean by this. Non-humanoid VTubers don't exist. I'm a big fan of VTubing as an alternative to no-cam. Yeah! I love the... Man, I love VTubing. As I know people aren't actually anime girls, but part of me does believe that they are anime girls. It's like a weird dissonance. Like, I've been debating about, I don't know how well my mouth comes across on camera, but I don't know how I would reach out to someone to get a better, I don't know, maybe that's why I want to get an iPhone, because for me, it's super important that the model, that like, I don't know. The mouth is a very important feature for me on VTuber models. In part because of that that weird connection I have. Code Mika was sort of ambushed on the red carpet with, "Hey, I heard there was a gun VTuber." Wait, really? She didn't know? Who was it that asked her that, actually? Was it Slime? Did Slime flippin' ask her that? Because I know who the gun VTuber is. It's flippin' Shindigs. Flippin' Shindig. Let me see if I can find. He had a go to tweet.
Parts.
Oop, this one. Where's? I don't know where my music's coming from. There it is. Flippin' Shindigs. if you want to see, there it is. The silencer on the Shindigs pistol is so good, and Shindigs is great. Oh man, I don't know, that's not the silencer tweet, but that is a video of him streaming some FPS as his gun VTuber. I didn't realize that she thought it was an innuendo. That's so funny. For me, so the reason why I wanted to put this in here, non-humanoid VTubers don't exist, and it has 14 comments. And one of the comments that responded to this was a list of VTubers who are in fact non-humanoid. Like there's sure Shindigs has like one-off, like the gun VTuber, but that's like kind of a meme. He also made a VTuber of the RTX 3080 and also a graph of the GameStop stock market line. Bergsy's also true. I guess Bergsy's also a burger who's pro big fast food. He's a marketer for big fast food. Anyway, the reason why I included this tweet is because this person posted this, and part of the comments were people mentioning like those are like one-off gag characters, but like there's one example of like there's a VTuber who's a lamp who is like who looks like an old street lamp, and they stream as that. There's also like someone I've seen who is a hamster. Like there are non-humanoid VTubers that don't exist. None of them are like, I guess for me, I think for me, I interpret the take as not that they don't exist, but that they do exist, but they're so niche for what they are, and I don't know what that means though. Like, it would be kind of funny if one of the top streamers was like a toilet. I don't know. I'm not an ideas person. But like, it'd be kind of cool. I think it's just a matter of like, I extrapolated this as like right now VTubing is I guess it's not really ubiquitous. I guess there's a lot of variety in this, but maybe it's just the fact that we connect to humans. We are human and we connect more to humans than even objects that are anthropomorphized. But I wonder if it will become something in the future. I don't know. I don't know if it's possible, though. Is it possible for an inanimate object with eyes to be appealing to a wider audience? Besides just like as like a meme. Like I've seen like a VTuber who like for like an April Fool's gag or for like a one-off gag like turned herself into a tomato. Like I mean like wholesale, like their entire identity is that they are a stapler. Like can a stapler VTuber make it big in the world? I wonder if we'll see that. I don't know. I still feel like VTubing is in like a prepubescent. It's definitely grown up in that it's more accessible. Not only are there ways to get started via like Vroid, but there's now like a number of 2D like editable 2D models that they can get started with. And now there's like more people that are experimenting with different live 2D techniques. I still feel like we're at the cusp of the beginnings of VTubing in this space. Now that it's become like super accessible, I'm excited to see if it becomes more diverse. Oh, true, Admiral Baru. I did like that concept of his VTuber. I thought that was like a cool idea of how his anime girl is represented. Doki Bird, I was in fact talking about Doki Bird. How did you figure that out? Dang it. I try to be. But yes, Doki Bird did turn herself into a tomato, and that was who I was thinking about. Anyway, as far as like how this is, I think this is right here. I think I put it right in this area. Right in this sweet spot. Okay, so this is 7. Okay, I still gotta be faster. The constant callouts that could have been handled in DMs but everyone has realized drama. Wait, there's the constant callouts that could have been handled in DMs, but everyone has realized drama is a fast way to grow as long as the majority of people agree with you. I don't know. I think this is like a short-term view because I hope I'm not coming across them just like, I don't know. These are all spicy takes, so I'm interested to just discuss them. I think the thought has to be I think we talked about this sort of with like, the concept of like, how Ludwig made a video and said it wasn't luck was because he promoted it to Mizkif. And then we discussed, well, maybe if he did another video, it wouldn't have done as well because now his audience is expecting Mizkif content. And he's placed the expectation that he will make video essays about Mizkif, especially also considering like Mizkif promoted him. So how does he grow when that's his expectation? I guess when the drama is a fast way to grow is like sort of loaded because you're growing with the expectation of, okay, let me give it, all right, I have an example in my head. Sarue, I never know if it's Sarue or if it's Sare. I probably should just watch her stream to see her address herself by her username. But when Sare got into hot water because she hosted an art contest and she had disqualified entries for unknown reasons, but then publicly stated that she had disqualified them because they had traced. And then one of those artists reached out to her and was like, hey, I want to get clarification on this because I definitely didn't trace for my entry. I spent a lot of time. I would like to know if this is how you feel about it, and I can disprove it however so. And she was not able to reach whatever. This like went to a whole thing where she reached out to Sare's mod, and the mod reacted in the worst way possible by just like unprovoked just like called her artwork awful when that was not at all like what it was an uncalled for response, and I think a poor public relations response to that type of DM. Anyway, in the aftermath of that thread, she was not getting her she was clearly being mistreated by how those responses were in the DMs, and it was not leading anywhere, which was why the person felt the need to post those screenshots on Twitter, because all of a sudden you got a sudden wave of support from people being like, wow, that's really bad to do to someone who just wants to make fan art of a streamer that they admire or participate in a contest. Like, you just got called bad for no reason. You just caught a stray for no reason. She did get a lot of traction on that specific Twitter post and got a number of followers, and also people drew her supportive fan art to be like, keep going, I believe in you and your growth. So in that regard, she did specifically get a lot of attention on her profile. However, who knows if that will stay, because it's in that specific instance, people are not following her because she is doing it for drama purposes. She did it because she was not getting the eyes on a situation that should have been handled better in private, admittedly. And when it wasn't being properly handled, she felt like she felt compelled to post it publicly, and I think that's fine. I don't think she was doing it for growth purposes specifically, and even at that, she definitely has a number of eyes on her profile now, but who knows where, if in a few months, people will remember that's why they followed her, you know? Like, they may follow her now in terms of, like, supporting where she's at, but maybe they'll just be like, a few months from now, they'll be like, I don't know, this person's content doesn't really vibe with me, and they'll unfollow. Like, they're not following for content purposes. It certainly is nice that she got the attention and support right now, and I don't really see it as a way of her using it as a stepping stone to grow. I don't know. I don't think that might not have been an example in terms of like a call out that should have been handled in DMs, because it was certainly a situation where I feel, from me being an outsider with no insight into what actually went on or how, like, what the communication breakdown was, that might not be a valid example here, because maybe that was something that couldn't have been handled in DMs. Anyway, I think if you're someone who wants to make a call-out post for drama, and then you are specifically getting that audience, the only way you'll be able to continue to grow is if you continue to create more drama. So it's a matter of you are what you eat, and you I guess it's what you are, what the content you put out is, and that's now the expectation. Guys, there's sort of thing about, like, that's like sort of related, for me, that's like related to Hero Hey, where the only way Hero Hey can grow is if someone messes up, and the only way he'll get traction, more traction, is if a bigger person continues messing up. At some point, his growth is entirely dependent on other people. So if too many people are behaving, he's just out of luck. Anyway, I think this lacks evidence. I think I agree with this. I just think I don't believe there are people who see drama as a means of actually growing. I think there's too many pitfalls that come with that type of community, that people who are knowingly putting... I also don't think people want to make call-outs. I don't know. I feel like that's an unpleasant side of a conversation to be on. Of like, hey, I've been mistreated really badly. And then you risk putting something like this out there, you put yourself at risk for being on the wrong side of the equation and people retaliating against you. Disagree. I'm putting you in the trash bin. It definitely depends on each individual situation. That's probably fair. The Herald of the Dark Side. Yeah, true, Keemstar. Although, yeah, man, Keemstar. He's really weaponized it. Although now, the difference with Keemstar is that, like, Hirohei can only make content around people who are VTubers or part of the Genshin Impact community, which are not that big. Meanwhile, Keemstar has framed himself around the drama dude for, like, YouTubers and Twitch streamers and, like, major content creators. I guess multi-platform. He's framed himself as, like, he will report on only the biggest creators possible. So he is firmly, like, there's a large enough community that there's bound to be someone messing up somewhere, just because there's so many people and there's so many eyes. And not only that, but when someone does mess up, there's a lot of eyes. So it's really a lot of reward for him. He's really positioned himself well. Oh, here it is. Here's another take by the same person. People think there's a VTuber community, but it's just various content creators who happen to use a model over their IRL selves, not a community at all. Oh, and random RPers who slid in because it was trending. I feel like I'm confused. This is the second tweet I've seen in this that's talked about the role players. Maybe I'm not seeing it. Maybe it's another. It's like one of you guys said that there's like there is a prominent VTuber furry community, and it's different from the circles that I'm invested in. So maybe I'm just not aware of the RP circles. Because for me, the VTubing that I've seen, the RP has always been a very thin sheen. It's mostly been branding purposes, like the name of your community, maybe the way that you design your assets, maybe if you have like any like one-liners, they're all theming based, but the rest of it I found to be like pretty authentic to just like people talking about their lives. Anyway, the first statement's kind of agreeable just because, especially now, VTubing encompasses so many different waves of people that, yeah, it's really just a tool at this point because, as I said, I was part of the wave of people who were the artist to VTuber pipeline. But there's also, like, the Utaite to VTuber pipeline and the faceless streamer to VTuber pipeline. Only RP you know is VTuber lore. Wait, really? Most of the RP you've seen comes from VR chat? Oh, true. I didn't think about the VR chat to VTuber pipeline. So you know what? I'm gonna put this in the... Yeah. Duh. Oh, Final 5. I don't know if I'll be able to get to the... reacts just because now it's... Dude, man, I talk too much. It's flipping 1 a.m. How to be a successful VTuber. Have a cute voice. Have a ton of money to pay other people to do all of the art and hard work for you. Actual talent is optional. Wow. I feel so bad that this is the last one. This is like an actual spicy take. They're talking about me. You take a hit of CSP and then before you know it, you're hitting the hard stuff like cubism. Anyway, no. So alright, here's the thing. Number 2 is life. This is straight up life. Streaming is an expensive hobby, and not only just like, if you are able to just do it, if you are able to dedicate a lot of time to it by having financial support to pursue it, like, wholeheartedly, and also get, like, people to employ, number 2 is just life. It's sort of hard to escape it. Number 1, alright, here's the thing about number 1. I'm so sorry. I'm apologizing to myself. The fact that there's a lot of VTubers who are popular and also have cute voices, I think is just like a bias conclusion. I don't know, it's not a guarantee. It just so happens to be like a coincidence that people tend to prefer VTubers to have higher pitched voices. I think that's just like a bias that we have. But that's not consistently true. There are popular VTubers who have lower registers, like Haruka is popular, and Zentreya technically has like a lower register voice. Who else in VShoujo has like a lower voice? I don't know. Hajime Hime technically has a lower voice, but I don't really consider her. She's a VTuber, but it's like, I don't know, it's different. For me, it's different. But, there's like, yeah, I don't know. It's definitely not a guarantee. There's one streamer I can think of who does have a higher pitched voice, but is not successful. It's not a guarantee. I will say number one helps, but it is not a guarantee. I think authenticity is better. I think if you don't have a naturally high register and you use a voice, all right, here's my thing. Okay, this is not part of my actual hot takes list, but I think if you use a voice changer, if you noticeably use a voice changer, it's cringe. I think if you use any form of voice distortion on your regular day-to-day voice, it's cringe. If it's noticeable, it's so cringe. I can't watch streamers who like noticeably have that like mechanical twinge in their voice. I would much rather you just like own it, because authenticity to me I value as being important. So if you don't have a cute voice, I think it's still possible for you to succeed. It helps, but it's not guaranteed success. Actual talent is optional is objectively false. You have to stand out. And they probably are thinking of specific people in minds that are popular and who they do not value talent. But in a way, voice acting is a genuine skill. Singing is a genuine skill. It may appear that it comes naturally to some people, but it's a genuine skill. So yeah, this is a bad take. This goes right. This is. I'll give it that. It's spicy. I'll put you here. Callie. Oh, true, Callie. That's very true. Callie as well. Personally, think talent is an unquantifiable measure that is meaningless. People should get the habit of replacing the word talent with hard work instead. That is true. I agree. That's a good way of phrasing it. Looking at a few popular VTubers and generalizing all of them. Yeah. I think it's generalizing, just saying, wow, you guys have this. That's how you made it big. Without recognizing the reasons behind that. And it is also definitely a bias of like, I don't know, it helps. Cute voice helps. It's not a guarantee, but it helps. Too many people use collab. Oh my god, I didn't expect to. My bedtime is usually around now, so this is. I wanna. All right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go to the end. This is 4th out of 5. Too many people use collabs as a crutch for a lack of confidence and ability to create their own content. Occasional collabs are great. What is this song? I don't want demonic accordion at 1 a.m. No, I can't deal with horror clown music this late at night. Male VTubers can't succeed in the EN market. Male VTubers succeed in the EN market. Male VTubers succeeding in the EN market was inevitable. Wait, was that your hot take? Yeah, dude, I guess, I don't know. Every now and then there's like a discourse topic about stuff like that. My own summations are like, so like, I don't know, here, I'm gonna finish this before I get to those. I need to focus. I don't know. Am I ADHD? I don't know. I don't think I am. But I certainly get sidetracked. I don't think it's that. I'm probably just tired. But I'm having a good time. I wouldn't keep going if I didn't think I was having a bad time. Too many people use collabs as a crutch for lack of confidence and ability to create their own content. Occasional collabs are great, but I think it's telling that almost every stream you do is a collab. I think this is correct. I sort of wonder what example they're thinking of, but yeah, I think it's certainly, I like Hololive. They certainly have set a standard for them that is not doable for members in the indie VTuber space, but I do like Hololive. And I also like the way that when Hololive introduces a new VTuber into their ecosystem, they place a collab ban on that VTuber for like a certain amount of time, like I think a month, I am not too sure. Although in that amount of time, they're allowed to collab with other people in their generation. They're just not allowed to collab with people outside of the company. And I think that's a good way to go about it because it lets the new VTuber sort of establish what their content will be like and what their personality is so that people will be drawn to that personality and not feel attached to them being paired up with another VTuber in order to create exciting and engaging content. I think it's a good metric to do it. I think collabs are fun when you do them repeatedly. I love watching friends hang out on stream. So if you do frequent collabs, I think it would be, I wouldn't mind someone doing collabs a bunch if it's with the same group of people, because then it's sort of like I'm watching just, I don't know, like a TV show with a recurring cast of characters. I would be disoriented watching a content creator collab with multiple new people all the time because I wouldn't know what the voice is, and I wouldn't be attached to any particular person or the rapport that they build. I think it's less so like the frequency of collabs as well, but more the chemistry. If they've got good chemistry with collab people, then I think that's fantastic, and I would want to watch that content. Yeah. There you go. I think this is various. I'm gonna say this is lukewarm, and I'll say it's agreeable. Really enjoy watching a friend group go through a bunch of D&D games. Yeah. Oh, those are that's the jam. Disagree, but you can't explain why. Yeah, I think it's difficult. 90% of Chubas singing on stream are terrible at it. Just because chat's gassing you up doesn't mean you're actually good. Glad the lad, more like glad the absolute mad lad. I'll say 90% feels like a steep number. I think a lot of people are pretty decent at singing. There's a handful of people that are great. And but I think 90% is a steep number. I'm a bit of a sucker to watching karaoke streams, especially if for whatever reason, if the person, alright, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna go on a slight, I don't know. Amelia Watson is not the greatest singer. She's certainly gotten a lot better now that she's been in Hololive for a year and a half, but when she started, she was not that great. But by golly, her karaoke streams had so much soul and fun and warmth into them. There's something that's so unapologetically wholesome about seeing someone sing that's giving it their all, even if they don't have the greatest voice. There's just something about it that I just love. I think that's when I think of and then the other funny part about Amelia's karaoke streams is that if you read her comments on those streams at the time, everyone in the comments would be like, I love Amelia. She reminds me of my friend who can't sing well. She's like someone who's just trying her best. All of the comments were low-key shade at her singing abilities, but they were also compliments, but they were just a bunch of shady comments. Anyway, I think 90 is, I don't know. I think I'm curious what the thoughts behind this comment are. I think it's fair to say that not everyone who does karaoke is good at it, but that just because they're not good at it doesn't mean it's not enjoyable. She literally created an earbleed emoji. True. True. People don't sing on stream because they're amazing singers. They like singing on stream because it's fun to do. Yeah. And and there's just something also so fun about being part of a crowd of people that are cheering on someone who's singing. There's just something so fun about it. Maybe I should sing. I don't sing on stream just because I know the way that I have my microphone set up is I have like voice meter hooked up to it with some post-processing effects applied. And that post-processing takes like a fraction of a second in order for it to be applied. If I didn't have it, you would hear like every background noise. You'd hear like an AC unit running in the background. So I need it to be on, but I don't know how to offset the delay. So if I were to sing along to a song right now, it would sound like I have no rhythm. And I'm just like super offbeat. That's the only reason I would love to sing on stream, and the only reason why I don't is just because I don't have that delay issue fixed. Anyway, I think this is I guess this is technically a hot take. I think it would help if there was a clarification to know if that means they shouldn't sing because they're not good. But you know what? I'll give it that. I think 80 is a steep number. I don't know what the stats are on that. I'm gonna put you here. I wanna know what your stats are, buddy. Alright, this is the penultimate one. Make content, don't tweet. Isn't gatekeeping. Making content goes beyond streaming. Okay, second statement is obviously super agreeable. I think there's already a tweet that's down here that's just like, make sure to promote yourself besides Twitch. I will say, alright, I'm so sorry, I keep muting the music whenever I get serious. I have a love-hate relationship with the song Off With Your Heads by Maury Calliope, because when it came out, I definitely listened to it while I was doing when I was editing videos for YouTube. I used to listen to it whenever I was like in a rut, as like a way for me to motivate myself to keep going, and like a motivating song. I also think it's counterintuitive, but in retrospect, I think it's counterintuitive to call out people on Twitter, because I think the idea of a VTweeter is sort of a dated criticism I often saw uttered by the same people who have a disdain for Western VTubers, so to speak. And ultimately, if someone is just posting on Twitter and not making content, they're very benign. It's a weird audience to it's like a disproportionate criticism to see leveraged, because it's a group of people that are ultimately like pretty benign, but for whatever reason, this statement has been uttered so many times. And it's also, I just see VTweeter said by the same group of people that also sort of have a disdain for Western VTubers, and writes off a whole community of people as only being focused on Twitter and not actually putting in the work. So that's sort of, I think this is not, I think I agree. It's not gatekeeping. I just think this is such a dated criticism that I'm sort of sick of seeing it. That is my feeling. But yeah, I would say all in all, very agreeable. You go in this corner right here. Yeah, I like that song, and also kind of wonder whether it held me back a bunch because I've been so incredibly nervous about V-tweeting. And you know what? I will say one thing. Dude, alright. I need a counter. How many times have I said that? I didn't realize I said that all the time until I've now noticed I say it all the time. Let me say one thing. Proceeds to say 1,500 things. You're one of those people who only tweet and didn't stream, took basically an 8-month hiatus, and was honestly that song that got me back on my feet and on the ball again. Oh, I'm glad you found it as I'm glad you found it as a motivator. I think if it worked as a motivator, and it worked for me as a motivator as well, I think there's value that that comes from it. If it's a song that sort of pushes you to want to do creation, if you've been held back. On the other hand, I think there is a lot of value into, I don't understand Twitter. I straight up just don't understand Twitter. I don't get it. What am I supposed to do? I don't get it. I don't get it at all. If I understand Twitter, I 1,000% would do. I think there's an inherent skill that comes from understanding how Twitter works and how to engage with it in a way that is productive and gets you positive attention and feedback on the work that you put out there. I think it's totally valid. I don't understand Twitter, and I have a big respect for people who do, who are able to understand the vibes and to shitpost in a way that gets you authentic attention. Like, there's people who are able to do that, and I just don't understand it. So I think there is a valid skill to being a VTweeter. I think that's really how I feel about it. I can always, dude, I wish I understood Twitter for art. Like, I don't know how to do it with artwork either. Like, I think I just gotta get into the habit of reposting my stuff all the time, but I don't know how to do it in a way that doesn't, like, annoy people. Like, here, I'm gonna, also in a way that, like, every time I post an artwork, I don't like it after a week. How do people repost older artworks without constantly feeling a sense of shame? How do they do that? I think I have a Twitter that my other persona has been using for a long time. Oh, gotcha. Getting go live notice. I guess I like it just for, like, keeping a pulse in that kind of, because I don't watch everyone's streams, but I like understanding what's going on in the space. So I do, and it's also, like, easy because it's bite size. I don't have to listen to 10 minutes of a video to understand what's happening. Yeah, I have no idea. So there's a genuine skill that comes from people who are able to use Twitter to their advantage of getting attention on the work that they're putting out there. So, yeah. And I think it's just a matter of, like, I think that's my summary. Twitter is a genuine skill in terms of how do you leverage it as a platform, and that I wish I knew how to do it. And so I do respect people who understand how to do it. And I also think there's just a disproportionate number of people that criticize people for being VTweeters than there ought to be, because ultimately they're just people who post on Twitter, and if they're not making content, then their only leverage is with Twitter. I don't know. I feel like people who complain about Twitter on people on Twitter are lame. Because it's just I don't know. So many people just don't hold power. I think I sort of feel that way about, like, other Callie songs, where sometimes I feel like she has a lot of power with the platform that she holds, and she'll make songs about such a small group of people that I think ultimately are benign because they don't really hold the same amount of power that she's able to. But I do like her music in general. Just sometimes I disagree with just a couple of songs that she's put out, just on the basis of don't let them get to you. They are few and far between. All right, this is the last one. This is the last hot take. Stop saying people are clout chasing. That is the entire business. Care whether people are making good content or not, and being assholes or not. You know what? Again, ending on a good note. I'm gonna say this actually sort of ties into the discussion we had earlier. I think we talked about how, like, yes, streaming as a method of getting attention, everyone wants clout. So I think that these just be out of the, I can't even, you go right here, buddy. I think the statement about clout chasing makes it a slightly spicy meatball, and the rest of it is agreeable. Like, that's a good spot right there for you, buddy. Not exactly like mega hot, but, you know, just a nice like a good old slice of pastrami. Anyway, there we have it. This is the final chart. Yay, we did it. That was 52 different hot takes and a lot of talking. Do I have any extra clout? Please, sir. Please, sir, just a crumb. Just a crumb of clout, please. That's all I beg of you. It's gonna be me. I'm gonna be making donations to streamers and asking for clout. Wanna huff that military grade clout? Only the highest quality. Oh, I did promise my own, at the end of this whole thing, I did promise what would my own takes be. So I guess I'll do that. just to tie up this loose end. I guess my personal hot take is I should have started this stream earlier. Let's see, what's a nice font? Let's do Futura. I love Futura bold. Actually, I think I made this too big. Where did my text go? I don't know where my text went. Hold on. There we go. No. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna delete the square. I'm gonna do it on a different layer. Just gonna put it right there. Right here. You know what? We're gonna keep it simple. We're gonna reflect the attitude. Let's see. I took my notes, so I've got my, let's see. I put, oh my god, I forgot. I have one note and it says finds the Code Miko boobs video. I forgot about. Oh my god, it's been a journey. All right. Ready? Here are my Peppers hot takes. I'm gonna steal the emojis from my tweet. Okay, ready. Oh, I'm gonna bookmark that, yeah, because I really want to react to it. I'm so curious to see what they say. I love huffing. I've never seen someone react to me, so I'm really excited. Despite what the intonation of my voice is. Alright. Pepper's actual hot take, number 1. Let me get the music back. Number 1. Here's my actual hot take. Number 1. Never show the VTube Studio UI during streams. I am very opinionated about this as a concept, because for me, immersion is like somewhat important. I'm not like a huge like immersion Andy in terms of like never reveal your face, because I ultimately recognize that behind the monitor are people, and it's sort of fun to be able to connect with the human element. But for me, it's important that like if you are using only an avatar and have not like switched back and forth between your avatar and your face, I kind of like continuing to maintain that I am not a computer program. That like likely, I'm actually kind of curious, you guys. Are you guys looking at my face when I speak? Because I do. I pay close attention to VTuber faces, and so I find it really off-putting if someone shows the VTube Studio UI and like freely switches between frames. That's why like whenever I switch locations or if I switch outfits, I make sure to like I dip out a frame and then I change and I come back here, because for me I find that to be important to maintaining, because like I know I am an anime girl, but I find I value its importance. Let me skip the weird trombone song. Yeah, I like to do the organic thing. I mostly look at chat. Really interesting. Wait, you watch VTubers, but you don't look at the. I assume you do sometimes glance at the VTuber, but your importance is elsewhere. Really, you're supposed to look at chat? Wow. Oh, you mean like when you say chat, you don't mean chat on the screen. You mean like chat in the Twitch UI. Interesting. I really focus on the avatar when it open. Wow. Man, I feel like I guess you're right. I guess I do like to look at chat when I go back and forth. But I guess I do focus, like when I watch it, maybe it's different. Maybe if I was like a reaction VTuber, it would be different. Like I find when I watch streamers who react to content, I focus really intensely on the streamer's face. So maybe it's different. I don't know. So interesting. Fascinating. I will keep that in mind for I've been debating getting like a Tobii eye camera because I want to do like those like streams where you like look at sus pictures and see where your eyes are drawn to. I think I would immediately fail at those. But now I'm thinking about getting those because I'm fascinated to see what I pay attention to on streams. Like what do I personally find important? Anyway, I do find it, for me personally, I find it important that VTube Studio UI is never shown. Like when people put items on their display, I'd much rather they hide the view or switch to a different like loading screen and then switch. That is me. I'm an immersion Andy. I am sorry. You can ever watch it? Oh, interesting. I guess I kind of do that with like, I love podcast type streams where I can just listen to someone talk. On Twitch, I focus on chat. On YouTube, you actually hide the chat. Maybe it's because YouTube chat is, I wonder, aerosol, if it's because, I'm so sorry. Ludwig. I'm so embarrassed. But on Twitch chat, the way that YouTube chat and Twitch chat are loaded is different. Twitch chat will ingest a bunch of messages and spit them out the second they get registered to the system. So Twitch is batch reading and batch outputting the messages. It's why you can go to someone like XQC's stream and it'll seem like chat pauses for a few seconds in between mentions. So you're able to see a message for a second, read it, and then it changes to like a new series of chat messages next. So you're able to, it's a lot of messages, but you're able to read it. YouTube chat batch reads, but then stores those messages and prints them one at a time. So it's difficult to read the chat because it's constantly moving versus Twitch chat where you do get flashes of it pausing, so to speak. So it might be that where you're not able to mentally process the way that YouTube chat is displayed in a way that isn't headache inducing. I feel like the only way I can really understand chat is if everyone's spamming the same emotes. Like that's the only way I understand it. Yeah. You see me? Oh, interesting. So you do recognize my black bow. Interesting. Now I'm super focused. Dang. It's like I don't know. I won't say it, but it's something to do with manual breathing. Now I'm fascinated. Now I'm gonna keep track of where I look. But for me, VTube Studio is me seeing VTube Studio appear on the screen is very important in terms of I do appreciate some level of care in terms of immersion with this regard. I'm not like super strict on like the VTuber versus real face debacle, but for me, if you are showing an avatar on screen, I sort of want you to maintain the credibility that like I'm like a real person. I will go to the other room to get changed and then I will come back. All right. Take number 2. I don't know how to... Okay. This one's, I have to give an example for this one, because I've seen it on a couple of big VTubers. I'm gonna use one that no longer applies. See if I can find the VTuber wiki. Is it this one? Yes. Yes. Oh no, it's not high res. Hold on. Okay. Before I show this, I want to say, I love Haruka. And she no longer uses this model. She's got it, her new model is very similar to this one, but it's basically like an art reskin. The rigging is very similar. This has always bugged me. The mirrored eyes have always bugged me. Always. This is, it's literally like the model artwork is impeccable. I don't know why the eyes are like this. This is my only gripe. And she no longer uses this. That's the only reason. I would never show an example of someone who is actively using the model. I only say this because I saw a couple of new VTubers that had this with their eyes, and I don't understand why. I don't know. Anyway, it just makes her look cross-eyed. It'd be different, I think, if the shinies were maybe in the middle, so that it sort of looked like the light source was up top, so that like if like they're big enough, like what's an example? Here, this is a fan art by an artist named Pikaru, who is very cute. And technically the eye shinies are symmetrical, like they're both in the middle, but they're big enough. It looks like the light source is coming up top and shining down on them. And plus, I guess these are not mirrored. They're in the same position on both eyes, but they're not like mirrored down the middle. Anyway, that's my hot take number 2. I'm sure it's pretty agreeable, but I don't know, I've just noticed it with a few people. So I'm like, am I not seeing things? Is no one else noticing this? Her new model is so great, and for what it's worth, I greatly appreciate. This is no ill will toward Haruka, or her artist, or her live 2D artist. It's just I don't even know if it's like a matter of like, if the art file had the eye shines correct, and then the rigging process, like to simplify the eye rig, mirrored the movements. I don't know what happened. I don't know where the breakdown in communication happened, for whatever, but just the specific end result did that. But she was able to, in spite of that, grow, and I don't know, make it sound like it's like it's not awful, I just find it super distracting. But again, I think we've now established, I guess I pay a lot of attention to the models on streams. So stuff like that may bug me more than other people. You've been very careful about an uppercut model. Oh, interesting. I'd love this. That's fascinating. It's also saying a bit that a small amount of asymmetry. Yeah, I think there was like a period where people would make fun of. I mean, I don't think it was like legitimately making fun of, but so many VTubers have asymmetrical socks. It's very funny, just like how much of a common design trend it is. And it's just because they don't want it to be a super asymmetrical model, and different height socks or different style socks is like a way to sort of make it engaging. But it's also kind of funny how common it is. Not subconscious. Oh, no, it's just eyes. It's just the eyes. If there's one thing I know about like art, is that like if you not one, I don't know. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I keep saying I have one thing to say. I'm so embarrassed. I didn't realize that was a quirk of mine until this stream. If you, I see this with like art posts. If you focus a lot of tension on the eyes and the bangs, I think that's the most important part. I think the rest of it can be fine. I think the eyes are especially important. If you take great care of the eyes, and then the rest will be fine. I know. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't want this to be a stream where I make people self-conscious. I'm just minor. I will say once again, this is probably a minor opinion. I might actually tweet this as my legitimate hot take because I do see it kind of often. And this is definitely like, I hold this belief, and I don't know if other people do, because I see it kind of happening commonly. I have come on, Galeed, you call me out. Dude, maybe I should just edit my model with it. Maybe I should just wear a Mogul Moves hoodie to my next stream. Maybe it's maybe it's that time. Oh, dang it. I did flippin', no. So Ludwig lost a bet with Iron Mouse and is promising to do a stream where he is a VTuber for just an evening. And he already has the design, and the design just looks like an anime version of himself wearing a maid outfit. And months ago, I made a response where I was like, well, what if I made a design that was like more Hololive-esque? Because Hololive is the dominant VTubing company on YouTube, and Ludwig's a YouTuber now. And low-key, I've had that work in progress in my iPad for forever, and I've been meaning to finish it on stream. Maybe I will legitimately wear a Mogul Moves hoodie and work on that tomorrow, just to get it out of my system. Just to pay my tax. I've mentioned his name so many times, I might as well. Alright. Next hot take. Ready? This one might be spicy, and it's only recent. This is only a recent thing. I don't know. This is a bigger. I don't know how to phrase this one. But I guess I'll give my specific example. So customizable live 2D models. I don't know. I don't know how to write it. I'm trying to think of how do I phrase this. Vroid models. I don't know how to write this. This is so difficult to articulate. So like Vroid. Vroid models are the de facto customizable 3D avatar for VTubers. And there's a lot of flexibility with Vroid that if you heavily customize your model, you can make it super distinct from another person who has heavily customized their model. It's a good like base in terms of like they've got a very flexible character creator that if you like spend minimum 10 hours on a model, like if 2 people were to spend 10 hours on a model, they're guaranteed to have very different distinct results, to the point that like the end result of a Vroid could be linked directly to the creativity of the person who is behind it. Does that make sense? Like you can reach a point of total creativity with Vroid models in a way that is reflective of your own abilities. Customizable live 2D models, maybe it's a mistake I'm doing this so late. I don't know. Customizable 2D models, I don't think we're there. I think the success of the Jenny model that I showed shows there is a market of people who want to buy. There's a market of people who would prefer to do a live 2D model than a 3D model that's customized. However, I am not able to tell the difference between different people who use the Jenny model. Even if you change the hair color and you add all of your accessories, which you're allowed to do with the contract of that model. It's just, for me, I am not able to distinguish between different models with that avatar design. Even if you've changed the hair color and you've added accessories, you're not really able to customize that type of model in the same way that it becomes sort of an expression of your artistic ability. You could go like super above and beyond with the texture edit to the point where it's like it's basically your artwork and someone else's pre-existing rig, but that's sort of I think that's controversial because the rig is specifically designed with a specific texture in mind, and in order for you to completely overhaul it, you basically have to trace the artwork in order to like still use it. And then at that, then you're using someone's like ghost rig. Like I've sort of thought about like I don't know. Like I think it's sort of difficult because I don't know. At what point does customizing the Live 2D model become you're tracing someone else's artwork versus like a Vroid model? You can go, the Vroid can be so incredibly manipulated that it can become unrecognizable. But yeah, Live 2D models are a lot more limited. Vroid is basically like a fully featured character creator. Yeah, I think a customizable Live 2D model that's like fully unique will happen in the future. I imagine a Picrew, imagine Picrew, but you are able to generate the output of a Live 2D model, because Picrews can be, some of them can be like pretty static. Like you can have one that doesn't have a lot of options, and then you can end up with pretty ubiquitous results. But some of them will have different body types, etc. Like if someone is able to really go above and beyond with a package provided in a Live 2D model, then there'd be able to be some uniqueness. But right now, as it stands, I think the popularity of the Jenny model shows that there are people who are excited to use those types of models for their content. I just think at this point, I don't know how you would make them distinct. I just can't tell the difference between them. And I don't know how you would navigate it in a way to stand out. I think that's where Live 2D, people like Live 2D models because they're distinct. At least, that's right. When I say people, I mean me. Hi. I am people. I like Live 2D models because they're, except for, I don't know. Anyway, I do have a point that's sort of related to this, but I do like people who are able to they're cool. I like looking at VTubers, and I like when they look unique and have cool art styles, and also I like VTubers whose outfits and designs sort of defy reality. I don't know. That's just an unrelated tangent. Whatever. I'm getting lost in the sauce. I guess that brings me to bullet point number 4. This is sort of, I guess 4 and 5. I'll just do these together. I prefer Hololive's Live 2D rigging in general. And number 5 is, alright, I'm gonna say these are all my opinions. A lot of indie VTuber Live 2D models feel too similar. I think I talked about this point earlier. And they sort of blend in together. How do I describe this? My concrete example of number 4, and I hope alright, I'm gonna see if I can, I'm just gonna show an example. I'm gonna see if I can try to describe it. Iron Mouse. I love Iron Mouse, by the way. I do love her. When I use these as examples, it's more just concrete feedback, but I mean no ill will towards her. or to the artist and modeler. This is just like, I'm using this as like a concrete example. Okay, let's see if I can get... Come on. Hold on, Iron Mouse. I'm just gonna flash. See if we can change this. It's this one. Yeah, alright. So this is Iron Mouse's demon form, whose artwork was done by Rosuri, who's goated, and who's, I forget who the live 2D modeler is. I'm gonna try to use this as an example. Okay, maybe this is not. Maybe where's this? Where's like a good? When we find the interview where she talked with Anthony Padilla. Here it is. Okay, so she like revealed her demon form when talking to Anthony. All right. I feel like I'm such a nerd. I'm just looking at myself in the capture. I feel like a big nerd. All right. Here's what I feel. I think Hololive takes a lot of care with how at least their rigging, they emphasize like a sense of a person moving left and right really well. Like, so let me see if I can find an example of I'll do a recent example. I'll do Hachima got a new model recently. Let me see if I can find the Twitter where she promoted it, where it's like the rigging showcase. So let me see if I can find Fauna. Here we go. All right. So here's Fauna. Like her torso, the way that it moves is you can see like the line. If I were to illustrate the line of action, so it's like it's straight in the middle, then it's curved to the right. Oh, you can't see my cursor. Let me see if I can edit this so you can see cursor. Oh, you can. Here you go. So that's curved to the left. It's in the middle. Curved to the right. In the middle. Curved to the left. Like the way that the torso moves. When Mousy moves here, her line is always in the middle. So she just looks like she's like a paper doll that's always looking straight forward in the in this body. And so she's never able to like move left or right with this form. She's always just up and down. It makes it kind of, the effect for me is like she looks like a paper doll, but of course she's got this fantastic asset right here. It's like this has dimension. Like, so let's see, where is she? Does she show off how she like bends in the middle? Okay, we don't want to see it, but the way, for me, I guess maybe I should rephrase it. Maybe it's not the fact that like, I think I say I prefer Hololive's rigging because their rigs all tends to have that focus on the rotation of a person looking left to right. Maybe I'll say instead, I wish more live 2D models had a left-right torso 3D effect. There, I think that's what I would, rather than saying HoloLive is superior, I think it's just that the HoloLive happens to have a lot of models that have that type of style associated with them, and I wish that there were more models that sort of paid attention to that type of detail. I feel like this whole process, I guess I focus a lot on the VTubing design aspect. I don't mean to, am I an aesthetics anti? I don't know. I feel like I think when I think of VTuber hot takes, I think of the VTuber part of it, the virtual avatar part of it more. I don't really have hot takes beyond that, I guess. I guess my own hot take, actually, you know what? I do have a content hot take. I'll add that as well. It's not really a hot take. I don't know. It's perfect for VTubers to look to their left side, right side. Looking left and right is huge for streamers. It shows they're focused on game versus chat. True. Oh, I wish maybe I need to pay more attention with that for me, because like, so yeah, you're right. Maybe it would be better if I've noticed like some VTubers will like Gura. I think of like Gura. Gura will always be facing this way when looking at the game, and then she turns this way to chat, and chat is also physically on the right side of the screen when you're watching YouTube and on Twitch. Like, you guys are right there. Hello over there in the little tiny box. And you're technically on the right side of the screen for me as well, but this window right here is on my left monitor. So that's why you see me looking this way when I'm like looking stuff up or if I'm typing stuff. Maybe I have to take better care to make sure that there's like a rule. I don't know, it's kind of 180 degree, but for streamers. I think the idea, this bullet 5, a lot of indie VTuber live 2D models feel too similar. I think that's just a matter of, I think I talked about this earlier, I think it's just because the medium is still kind of new in terms of like the style of how live 2D models are done, and a lot of the style developed in the indie world is all borrowing from each other. So it makes sense that at this point everyone is still like learning. There's a lot more professional live 2D modelers than there were a year ago, which is ultimately a net good. That means that there's more opportunities for people to have high quality rigs without not paying. I think they're still pricey, it's just more about availability, which is nice that the artists are still being paid what they're owed, despite the fact that there's more people inhabiting the space. There are monsters who put Twitch chat on the left side. What? Who would do that? Alright, I will switch it for next stream. Now I know. I guess I'm so used to, I don't know. That's fair. Though to be fair, maybe chat below the stream accounts for portrait mobile users. Oh, true. Man, there's too many. Although who cares about mobile viewers, am I right? What are they gonna do? Open up a separate window and tweet about it? I'm not threatened by them. oh, FFC option. Oh, okay. Okay, what was my actual hot take number 6? I don't know, I guess some of these are not opinions. I guess I should quantify which ones of these are hot. Alright, this is a hot take. This is legitimately a hot take. This is an actual hot take. I'm gonna put a little fire because this is actually a hot take. Mirror shiny and Ines is bad. That's probably more of an opinion. Because I do see, I'm gonna say this happens so infrequently that it's not really a hot take because it's very minor. And it's only happened a couple of times. Customizable live 2D. This is not really a take. This is like a confused opinion. I need to figure out how to word this better. I think this could be a hot take just because customizable live 2D models are on the rise. But by golly, I gotta not be rethinking about this at 2 in the morning. More live 2D models had a left to right torso effect. I think this is an opinion, TBH, just because I think this is not what is really talked. I don't know. Maybe I'll put this as a hot take. It's kind of an opinion, though. just because I think it's also like related to this point where that style of live 2D rig is not explored as much and talked about as much in this in it's not what's popular in indie VTuber world, so it's not really what is prepared as part of models. Breaking news, I'm starting Twitter beef for juicy clout. Taco Bell mild take? What mild take? Wait, Medsnow, which one? I guess, yeah, alright. I don't know, I guess none of these are... Yeah, I guess, yeah, some of these are opinion. You know what? Yeah, I'm honestly, this is an opinion, just because it's not really something that happens. Alright, number 6. Did I have a number 6? I don't know. I guess this is like a content-related opinion. What was it? I'm trying to remember. I don't know, I guess, man, this is an opinion. This is my only hot take. This is my only actual hot take. Anyway, I think my idea for number 6 as like an opinion is like content for VTubing. I don't know how to rate this, man. I shouldn't have a microphone in my face right now. Content for VTubing is not the same as content for flesh tubing. I don't know, I think about this a lot. The stakes. This is not a hot take, this is an opinion. Pepper's hot take. Pepper's a softie with mild opinions. There we go. Welcome to this is my new list. Anyway, when I say this is so stupid, oh my god. This is not an opinion. Why? Content for VTubing is not the same as content for flesh tubing. I think about this just because, like, when I was first thinking of ideas, the stakes with virtual is so different than the stakes for real. Like, I was thinking about this with, I did an Amazon stream last year where I told chat I would spend, quote-unquote, $1,000 on whatever they wanted on Amazon, and I would get it for my stream setup. The issue is you guys don't see my stream setup, so I instead changed it so that rather than buying $1,000 worth of items, I paid $1,000 to charity. I didn't pay $1,000. I paid $100 to charity. I don't have $1,000 to spend to charity at this point. I paid $100 to charity, and then took the PNGs of those items and made it my stream backdrop for like several months. And I got to hang out and have giant body pillows of an anime I had never seen, along with katanas and a bunch of One Piece figures. It was very fun, but I did not. The stakes of losing $1,000 were not felt, nor did I feel the stakes of, I guess I should say, not only did I not spend $1,000, I also didn't spend $1,000 on items I didn't want or ask. I don't have One Piece figures in my room for eternity, despite never having read One Piece, or Bunny Girl Senpai Bunny body pillows. So I don't experience that. I can't put a sub goal that says I'm gonna get a tattoo, and then I'll just like, what am I gonna do? Put a tattoo on me now? I could shave my head, but that's also different. So it's like, for me, I've thought about, this is like not really, I don't know, it's just like, this is just a thought. I don't know, I'm funkin'. This is like an interesting consideration of like, I like watching stuff with stakes in it, but stakes in VTubing are very different from stakes in reality, and I don't know what those stakes are at this point in time. I wonder what they will be. I feel like me eating awful stuff, not awful, I ate Pop-Tarts, but it was a lot of sugar. I exercised at 1 a.m. after I did that stream because I was so worried about going to bed full with a giant, just filled with Pop-Tarts. I was so worried. Anyway, I've legitimately thought, like, I've got another idea about, never mind, I'm gonna stop. I have to stop. I'm too tired. So that's it's like, how do I feel like when I did my last tasting stream with the Pop-Tarts, I had a camera on my hands because I wanted to make sure that it was, like, clear that I was indeed eating Pop-Tarts. But, like, truthfully, you might never know. Maybe I never ate Pop-Tarts. Maybe I showed them on camera, took, like, a hole puncher that was shaped like a bite, and went, and then took off a bite of the Pop-Tart, and then secretly ate carrots on the side. I went, this is delicious. You'll never know. You'll never know my secrets. You'll never know what hides behind these eyes. Anyway, thank you for coming. This was a fun stream. I don't know. What did you guys think about my hot takes? See, on a scale of, I guess, exclusively in the Taco Bell hot sauce packet flavors, how spicy was this stream? Definitely relying on an honor system, the VTuber question answered. That's true. I think I place full trust in content. I think even, I don't know, it's so confusing just because, like, here, I'll tell you what, the thing that I thought about, here's what happened that made me think about this. Months ago, Nino Maya Ina on stream made takoyaki because she is an octopus and she wanted to make takoyaki. And she prepared it on stream. There was no, like, webcam of her making the food. She would just, like, show pictures at every different stage. And then she would eat it and she'd be like, Mom, this is delicious. I love this. At the very end of the stream, she revealed to the takodachi that it was in fact squid that she had used to prepare the takoyaki and not octopus because they were out of octopus at the grocery store. I was shocked. I was heartbroken. That was the moment I realized I can't trust anyone. I can only go at this alone. Anyway, that was legitimately, I'd say that was legitimately a moment that I realized that I could be deceived. I'm not even joking. That was really what broke it. That's really what broke me. It didn't break me, but, like, it made me realize that stage trickery could be used to make fun content. And in some way it doesn't really matter. Just because, like, I will never be in Ludwig's house. But it makes the content more enjoyable if I imagine he has a giant Jackie Chan wax figure ominously in one of his rooms somewhere. Even though I will have no proof that it exists. It just somehow makes it better to think that. I don't know. Anyway, I'm glad you guys liked it. Hey, welcome, please you. Thank you so much for the subscription. I would thank you more fervently. I will do it if I see you again another stream. Oh my god, thank you so much for the sub, Kari. Thank you for the sub, please you. I would celebrate more lively. It is 2 a.m. and I cannot be loud. Thank you for the sub. I hope you're having fun. Thank you for the sub. Hey, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub. There, I did two alerts for the 2 subs. The stream is so bad. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you guys had a good time. I had a great time. I love talking about this sort of things. Maybe another day I will do it early and with more coherent thoughts and deep dive into some of the topics that were brought up. Let's see.